Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the four betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó. Y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. ¡Te esperamos!
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau, pour moi,
我是马颖，来自中国。
المياه بالنسبة لي
el agua para mí.
Вода для меня это...
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilia kay kisna yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na la kalupya sa ki pawisa wa imaya na era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna.
Mayrin na nisut ni na yang upa lilias na an yang tingki wis na sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa kabu sal karay baikan batay liara sal ka baplapis abam na warta kiyah tabitaw kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida, y más aún que las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, St. Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas.
Quisiera hacer algunos anuncios de nombres. La interpretación simultánea está
on the interpretation devices associated with the microphones at your seats. For English, on your microphone, please select the language channel 1. For virtual participants, interpretation is available on Zoom through the language button on the toolbar. For those who are at the round table at the base of the room, the arrows on the left of the screen control the channels. If the light is red, the mic is on, and the display will also show that the mic is on. Headsets should be plugged into the headset jack on the left of the device. Tengo unos anuncios importantes respecto a la interpretación simultánea Está disponible en español en los dispositivos de transmisión asociados con los micrófonos a sus sillas. Para español, en los micrófonos pueden seleccionar el canal 2. Para los participantes virtuales, la interpretación está disponible vía Zoom a través del botón del lenguaje en la barra de botones. Para los micrófonos de mesa redonda, las flechas a la izquierda de la pantalla controlan los canales. Si la luz es roja, el micrófono está encendido. La pantalla también mostrará que el micrófono está encendido. Los auriculares deben conectarse al conector para auriculares situado a la izquierda del dispositivo. J'ai quelques annonces importantes concernant l'interprétation. L'interprétation simultanée est disponible en français grâce aux appareils d'interprétation associés au microphone de vos sièges. Pour français, sur le microphone, vous pouvez sélectionner le canal 3. Pour les participants virtuels, l'interprétation est disponible sur Zoom via le bouton de sélection de la langue situé dans la barre d'outils. Pour les micros de table ronde, les flèches à gauche de l'écran contrôlent les canaux. Si c'est rouge, le micro est allumé. L'écran indiquera également que le microphone est activé. Les casques doivent être branchés sur le prise casque situé à la gauche de l'appareil. We'd like to share a few suggestions also for our virtual participants who are connected just to ensure good participation, particularly for interpretation. These recommendations are also available on the conference app and conference website for ease of reference. So when you speak, please turn on your video, move close to the microphone, and speak slowly. A dedicated microphone is recommended rather than the one built into your computers. For participants who are present in the room, please be sure to speak directly into the microphone when you wish to intervene. And all participants, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking, both virtual and those who are in this room. Because in the room, if your mic remains open and remains on, it affects the camera tracking. So please ensure that it is off when you're not speaking. If you plan to read a statement, please send it in advance to FAO-interpretation@FAO.org. Interpreters will always treat the text as confidential. In a virtual intervention, the audio quality can unexpectedly deteriorate and become insufficient for interpretation purposes. Interpreters will verbally indicate this and resume interpretation as soon as the sound quality allows. So we will begin in just a few minutes. So good morning to everyone. I kindly request that the introductory video of the regional conference be broadcast.
Latin America and the Caribbean is a region rich of diversity and culture. From north to south, traversing lofty mountains, crystal clear waters, blooming valleys, and lush forests, the inhabitants of our region share a common goal: the pursuit of a better future for all. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations works tirelessly to achieve this objective. From now on, guided by FAO's strategic framework, we will support the 2030 Agenda by transforming to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. FAO Regional Priorities. From traditional knowledge to modern techniques, FAO supports governments to enable farmers to produce more food efficiently and responsibly, to achieve better production and enhance agricultural productivity in a resilient and sustainable manner. FAO supports programs that foster healthy diets at all levels and address malnutrition in all its forms, ensuring better nutrition to eradicate hunger and achieve food security for all. Through the conservation, use, and restoration of biodiversity, FAO implements sustainable and resilient agricultural practices, considering adaptation and mitigation to climate change for a better environment. FAO advocates for a better life for all, promoting inclusive economic growth and reducing inequalities in rural and urban areas, warranting inclusion of most vulnerable groups, such as women, Afro-descendants, and indigenous populations, and encouraging youth in agri-food sector. Promoting a better future for the people and the planet can only happen by building partnerships that enable the exchange of innovation, technology, data, and good governance practices. The Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean is vital in advancing these objectives. Every 2 years, it provides a platform for countries to collaborate, share knowledge, and develop solutions to regional challenges. From sustainable agriculture to food security, the conference propels progress towards a brighter future for the region. In collaboration with governments and multiple actors, FAO continues its mission to build a world where everyone can thrive, leaving no one behind.
Good morning to all delegates of member states, official observers, spokesperson for non-state actors. I hope that you have had a very restful evening. We are now rejuvenated today to let us continue with the agenda. Before I proceed further, I would like to give the floor to the secretary, the conference secretary, who has some very brief announcement to make. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to remind delegates that who have not yet had the chance to do so to visit that special immersive experience on the first floor. That's just slightly down from here. Please do go. It has been brought to Guyana all the way from FAO headquarters in Rome. It illustrates the ingenuity of our globally important agricultural heritage systems and of water through digital and innovative storytelling. And I finally visited it yesterday, and honestly, it is the perfect reset for this meeting. It's a moment of calm and of beauty, focused on that magical interface between humans and the planet, which is agriculture. So please enjoy that unique experience at some point in the remaining 2 days. You'll be sorry if you miss it. I also wanted to inform you that there is a room available to delegates for bilateral meetings. If you would like to reserve it for a meeting, please contact Sandy Ramdahal at the number that is broadcast on the screen, and she will help you to book the room when it is available. I'm also happy to mention that the government of Guyana gave delegations 3 books yesterday at your seats. Should you want more copies, these can be distributed to you virtually through the conference app. That is all, Chair. And at the reception.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I kindly request that the order of the day for day 3 be projected on screen. I remind everyone that the agenda is published daily in the 3 official languages and the regional conference app. So that's the agenda. I invite delegates to express their views on the agenda. As there is no objection, the agenda is now approved. Continue with the agenda. We will now address item 25, the Ministerial Roundtable, addressing the challenges of the water, forestry, biodiversity, soil nexus in a climate change context. This topic is supported by document log/24 INF/16. Even though Latin America and the Caribbean boast vast natural resources, the region's role as a global food provider is under threat due to economic growth, population increase, climate change, and environmental degradation. The rich region, home to 46% of the world's tropical forests, 60% of terrestrial life, substantial fresh water, face threats to land, soil, water, forest, and biodiversity. Interdependence among these resources is critical. Forests offer nature-based solution for water availability and quality. Soils act as Earth's largest filter on water storage and influence the water cycle, biodiversity, and the nutritional value of food. Recognizing this nexus is essential to address local challenges and support the 2030 agenda, leaving no one behind. In this Ministerial Roundtable, country will discuss how they have implemented approaches that foster the integrated management of natural resources, reviewing successes and failure, and considering any of the existing interlinkages. Secondly, the panel will consider how FAO can better support its members to implement integrated approaches. The presentation to launch this discussion will be made by Dr. Baranj, Assistant Director General and Director of Fisheries and Aquaculture of FAO. Dr. Baranj will provide the context of today's session. After this, panel member will intervene for no more than 5 minutes each. At 4 minutes, a bell will sound indicating, as usual, that their time is almost up. After all the panelists have spoken, time permitting, the plenary will be open for a few interventions for a delegation. We will have a maximum of 3 minutes to commence. So I ask Dr. Baranj, sir, you have the floor. Over to you.
Chairperson, ministers, and delegates of the member states, good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to introduce this second topic for me in this conference. As you all know, Latin America and the Caribbean is a rich and diverse region and a leading global provider of food thanks to its abundant natural resources. However, global changes, including economic drivers, population growth, climate change, and environmental degradation threaten terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems and their capacity to provide the services we rely on for food, for water, for timber, and associated livelihoods, as well as their capacity to regulate the climate. Understanding the interdependence between natural resource provision and ecosystem health is essential to address the multiple and complex challenges that productive systems are facing. For example, forests provide nature-based solutions related to water, soil, and biodiversity. As such, they reduce the negative consequences of extreme weather events and influence water availability. And through the link with biodiversity, forests play a role in pollination and food security. Soils are the largest filter and water storage tank on land. They are also a strategic element for adapting to climate change and mitigating its effects. And very importantly, they play a vital role in producing healthy food. Marine and freshwater ecosystems modulate the climate systems, absorb 30% of our carbon emissions, and accumulate more than 90% of the excess heat generated by these emissions. They recycle nutrients, provide biodiversity heavens, while supporting food and livelihoods. These are just a few examples of how each natural resource is intrinsically linked to the others, and together they provide valuable ecosystem services to sustain food production and livelihoods. It is crucial to consider the interdependence between land, soil, water, forest, and biodiversity to find solutions to local problems, to achieve international commitments, and support the 2030 agenda, leaving no one behind. To address these issues, we require flexible, broad, and integrative approaches and technical analysis of the trade-offs involved. It is for this reason that in FAO we use an ample variety of approaches, understanding what is the most suitable for each situation, considering environmental, social, economic, and governance aspects. Integrated landscape management, integrated land use management, and integrated water management are some of the frameworks we use to foster win-win solutions related to the planning, management, and use of natural resources. To properly manage natural resources, our actions need to be accompanied by good governance, policies, and cooperation. To strengthen regional climate action in the agricultural sector, FAO actively participates in the Conference of Parties of the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, highlighting the multiple contributions of agriculture, forestry, and fisheries to the climate agenda. In addition, FAO acts as the Secretariat of PLACA, the Platform of Latin America and the Caribbean for Climate Action on Agriculture. With the active participation of 16 countries, PLACA fosters regional collaboration and knowledge sharing on the solutions that agriculture brings to the climate agenda. Today, we want to hear from you what has worked in managing natural resources considering the nexus. We also want to hear what are the lessons that you have learned so we can all gain from experiences and enrich our knowledge. This exchange is what makes the regional conference so valuable, as it is a platform for regional knowledge and experience sharing. I want to invite the representatives to address the following questions. What actions has your country taken to manage land, soil, water, forest, and biodiversity, considering their nexus and the impacts and uncertainty generated by climate change? Are there any lessons learned from such an experience? What are the main barriers and challenges when implementing an integrated approach to natural resource management, and what is needed to overcome them? And finally, what priority actions are needed to strengthen national capabilities to implement integrated approaches? With that, thank you very much and look forward to learning from you. Chairperson, over to you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the panelists of this roundtable will present their country's perspective and responsive related to Dr. Baran's question. The first person I want to give the floor to Mr. Terry Bascom, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security of Barbados. Mr. Bascom.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Honorable Indar Ware, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security in Barbados, I wish to commend the organizers of this conference for recognizing its value to the region, in particular FAO for its unwavering support, and of course the government of Guyana, led by His Excellency President Dr. Irfan Ali. I also wish to specially recognize our chair, Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, Minister of Agriculture, for his leadership of and passion for our quest to become food secure in the region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Barbados does not have forests per se, and our level of biodiversity, while interesting, is not as vast as some of the other countries represented here. This presentation therefore focuses on water and soil. Now, Barbados is considered to be among the 10 most water-stressed countries in the world. This coupled with the real but gloomy predictions by the FAO that 60% more food will be needed by 2050 to meet food requirements of a growing global population, and that irrigated food production will increase by 50% by 2050, but the amount of water withdrawn from agriculture can increase by only 10%, provided that irrigation practices are improved and yields increase, provides a sound basis for government of Barbados placing water and soil management at the top of its agricultural policy agenda. Furthermore, as we all know, Barbados is committed to the 25 by 2025 vision of reducing its food import bill by 25% by 2025 by focusing on lowering its agro exports from extra-regional sources. Now, the program in Barbados is quite comprehensive. In terms of water management, the government has implemented a national water augmentation program. This program has seen the construction of 4 reservoirs or water catchment areas capable of holding almost 40 million gallons of water from direct capture and surface runoff to service 230 acres of farmlands across the main agricultural districts at a total cost of over $5 million. Phase 2 of this project will see a 35 million gallons catchment being developed to serve 100 acres of land. With the government also implemented a program called NECARP, NECARP, the National Erosion Control and Aquifer Recharge Program. This involves the cleaning and resuscitation of wells, especially at plantations across the island. This facilitates the removal of harmful debris and contaminants from wells, direct capture from rainfall, the channeling of water from surface runoff, and the recharging of our aquifers. Another important initiative was the planting of vetiver, which we call, well, some say cuscus, I was told it's couscous, grass around the perimeter of plantation lands and privately owned agricultural lands to support water and saturated soil retention. We've also adopted and been led by the Ministry of Agriculture, the use of hydroponics, the use of greenhouses, shade houses, drought-resistant crop varieties and seeds, drip irrigation systems, the use of tensiometers to assess soil moisture levels, etc. Besides that, we also saw the importance of complementing these efforts by putting in place the necessary supportive institutional and policy framework, so that we've been fostering strategic collaboration with other ministries such as the Ministry for Environment, the Ministry responsible for Education, the Ministry for Water Resources, and the Ministry responsible for Energy, as well as with our meteorological agencies in providing information that would be useful for farmers to alert them as to the expected levels of precipitation so they can capture water, etc. Also, some fiscal incentives were provided, as well as some adjustments to legislation. In terms of soil management, we've benefited from the NECARP as well, projects with the FAO such as soil care. We've benefited from improving our agronomic practices such as mulching, terracing on slopes, CSID soil care project, and we've worked closely with the Safe Soil Conscious Planet team to advocate the importance of healthy soils. Now, in terms of the lessons, lessons learned include the importance of strong political support, the complexity, the importance of stakeholder involvement and consultation, and the importance of focusing on a few wins rather than trying to do a bit of too many things and not completing anything. The main barriers relates obviously to the limited availability of resources, human capital, natural, slow implementation because of the involvement of a wide stakeholder base and the poor quality of our data that is associated with it. Priorities in funding, research and development, better data collection, improve coordination at the domestic and international level. And of course, we want to urge FAO to continue to support South-to-South cooperation, which we think countries such as ours can benefit significantly from. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bascom, PS. Let me recognize, I want to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Planning and Coordination of Ministry of Development Planning of Bolivia, Mr. Carlos David Terrazas. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning. I'd like to greet you from Bolivia and from our Ministry of Planning and Development here in the plurinational state of Bolivia. It's an honor to be able to address this 38th Regional Conference of the FAO. We believe that the four betters, better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, are closely linked to our Constitution and the pillars for our 2020-2025 development plan. Better production is closely linked to sustainable production and inclusive and resilient production. A better environment has to do with a balance with Mother Earth, and better nutrition, what has to do with our ancestral knowledge, and a better life, which is related to a good life, vivir bien, which is the basis for everything in our country. As you can tell, Chair, in these principles of our state and the four betters, we can find the nexus between water, forest, biodiversity, and soil. But we cannot talk about sustainable, inclusive, and resilient systems if we do not ensure productive activities and the intelligent use of land without using pesticides and which degrade our environment. Biodiversity and water must contribute to production, and we must have sufficient water. Well-conserved forests, biodiversity, and enough water. We must recall that Bolivia is the sixth country in the world with respect to tropical forests. We have great diversity with respect to forest production. We have all kinds of trees. We have royal palms, among others. And we have different genetic seeds, according to Gorman and Brown. Of the 200 types of maize, 130 come from the Andean region of Bolivia, without mentioning the 32 different varieties of potatoes, among others. Without a doubt, this privilege of having these genetic resources for agrobiodiversity are associated to our work as custodians of these resources. Those are our smallholder farmers. And according to our president, we need to have food security with sovereignty. In order to ensure this, we have a socioeconomic plan from 2020 to 2025, and this is based on 13 pillars, and this leads us to sectoral planning that is integrated. The cornerstone is based on Pillar 1, building our economy. Pillar 3, which refers to food security with sovereignty, and Pillar 8, which has to do with biodiversity and Mother Earth. This fits into the 2030 agenda, and we have objectives for all different sectors, the forest sector, the agricultural sector. We have irrigation systems that are effective in order to conserve our biodiversity. Finally, an example which shows these nexuses between our sectors. We have a resilience plan for our vulnerable areas, especially in certain valleys of our country. This is an initiative with the FAO, and we've had $33 million come in donations under this project. And this combines resilient agricultural practices, conservation and restoration of ecosystems, and also management of water catchments in order to strengthen institutions with early warning systems in order to fight against any kind of degradation. Now, we want to reiterate our commitment to the FAO. We are taking measures to be ready and monitor agriculture in order to mobilize financing in the region. Ecuador, Colombia, our country, among others. We would like to be the focal point to be able to implement this program in Bolivia. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the Minister of Agriculture of Chile, who will be doing this virtually. You have the floor, Chile.
Un abrazo fraterno desde Chile.
Greetings from Chile. The interpreter regrets that the sound is very bad and interpreting is not possible at this time. Thank you.
Muy estricta. Este gobierno ha ido destrabando muchas de estas áreas. Se creó el Servicio de Biodiversidad de Áreas Protegidas, una nueva ley de riego que logra poner foco en el trabajo con comunidades, responsabilidad y resiliencia. Una nueva ley de suelo, porque tenemos problemas allí con la sobrenitroglización, que pone foco en el manejo sustentable de los mismos. Una ley de incendio que hace obligatorio lo del paisaje resiliente. Y por cierto, incentivo a la agroforestería y al silvopastoreo, que es importante la reducción de metano, que es la otra dimensión. En eso hay 1 millón de hectáreas de paisaje forestal, de agrícola, a restaurar, y hay colaboración, por cierto, con la FAO. De hecho, es uno de los pilares de nuestra estrategia de soberanía para la seguridad alimentaria, soberanía como puesta en valor y protección de nuestros recursos naturales, y por cierto, esta estrategia global que trabajamos los ministerios de Agricultura de toda América Latina y el Caribe. También ha sido fundamental la prohibición, en acuerdo con la industria y las confederaciones campesinas, de los pesticidas más tóxicos. Como allí se mencionó, tan importante también la biodiversidad para nuestra industria apícola. Se acabó la sustitución de bosque nativo para plantaciones de frutales. Chile es potencia, entre comillas, en exportación de fruta, pero lo estamos haciendo de manera más sustentable. Y el gran factor de obstáculo en todas partes es el mismo. Tiene que haber un consenso nacional, y se ha ido avanzando en esa dirección. Aquí hay una estrategia hecha con todos los actores. El propio sector empresarial habla de potencia agroecoexportadora, una transición a una agricultura más verde, todo el aporte que ha hecho FAO para entender los sistemas alimentarios sustentables como una cuestión fundamental. Pero hay dificultades, porque es muy importante tener más recursos para estas transiciones y este trabajo. Y en Chile, el presidente Boric, como gobierno, impulsa una reforma tributaria y los sectores más conservadores se niegan a ello, porque se requieren más recursos para esta protección integral, seguridad hídrica, seguridad frente al cambio climático y, por cierto, seguridad social y ciudadana. No obstante ello, el país avanza con la descarbonización, hay un boom de energía renovable, estamos avanzando en prácticas de reducción de metano, parte de la industria genera bioabono, la industria de carne blanca, hay programas nacionales en tal dirección, y también algo muy significativo para la agricultura, que es que logramos un royalty minero que dio recursos a las comunas mineras, a los gobiernos regionales, pero también a 300 municipios rurales para trabajar en esta dirección. ¿Cuál son clave en esto? En lo cual nosotros estamos al debe. Necesitamos más descentralización, trabajo con los gobiernos regionales y los gobiernos municipales, que se instaure en los municipios la red también de semilleros, de arbolado urbano, de jardines botánicos, de protección. Necesitamos también los planes regionales de ordenamiento territorial. Estamos avanzando este año y queremos ser buenos alumnos, y que FAO y probablemente no nos reten, que está allí. Queremos sacar la ley de compostaje obligatorio y también la ley respecto a evitar los desperdicios de alimentos. Una perspectiva integral entre todos los actores, corresponsabilidad, porque, como dice un poeta chileno, o nos hacemos cargo y nos salvamos juntos, o vamos al desastre, y la agricultura tiene que ser parte de la solución.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Cruz, General Coordinator of International Affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture, Mexico. You have the floor, Ms.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. It is vital to recognize the importance of ecosystem services in production. These are fundamental pillars for food security, rural development, and for human well-being. Growth has limits, and this is imposed by climate change. Droughts continue to be a problem for agriculture, and we must take into consideration the issue of soil and water. We see ever-increasing droughts, and these are compromising our agriculture. We recognize the multiple challenges that we face: demographic growth, climate change, and the degradation of our environment. Pressure on natural resources, on the soil, land, and water, forests, and biodiversity. This is threatening our food security and our productive capacity. To address effectively these challenges, we must have integrated approaches that consider the interdependence between natural resources and socioeconomic drivers. The government of Mexico has the General Law on Climate Change and a National Plan for Development 2019-2024. These include strategies and objectives to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Reforestation programs have been implemented to be able to fight deforestation and increase carbon capture. Currently, we are also the pro-tempore presidents of PLACA. We have made progress, but we still have a long way to go to be able to reach the objectives to reduce GHGs. And for this reason, we support sustainable and integrated management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change. Given the importance of this issue, we share the recommendations and conclusions that have been presented to us in different studies. In particular, we believe what is fundamental, we must promote the participation of all important actors in order to have monitoring and evaluation systems to measure the impact of measures implemented. We need greater public and private investments to finance climate action and to strengthen technical and institutional capacity to effectively implement climate policy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mexico. I give the floor to Ms. Jennifer Alvarez, the Minister of Agrarian Development and Irrigation of Peru.
Buenos días con todos y con todas.
Good morning, everyone. Excellency, Director of the FAO, ministers, esteemed officials who are with us here and virtually. Greetings from our President, Dina Boluarte. She is aware of this roundtable, and Peru wanted to talk about this topic, water, forest, biodiversity, soil, and nexus, in the context of climate change. In Peru, it is very important. We believe that agriculture in the context of climate change is an important topic to talk about. We need to collaborate and work jointly to have sustainable agriculture with zero deforestation. In my country, we have an issue that we are working on. We need to have sustainable development both in the forest sector and the agricultural sector. The administration is fighting for zero deforestation. In the state of Peru, we have 9 million hectares that have been deforested, but where we have no agriculture. And that's what we need to begin to work. We need to reforest these areas. In the Amazon region, we have been working on integrated management. We need to see how our agriculture can be sustainable there. Allow me to thank the FAO. During recent years, the FAO has helped us to develop agriculture in Peru with integrated management, using territorial and planning tools, land use planning, integrated management of land and water. As our colleague from Mexico has stated, water is extremely important. Without water, we have no agriculture, we have no life. Agriculture is important for humanity, and governments must address water scarcity. This is important in Peru, and I know it is important in other countries as well. We have water stress, we have water scarcity. This year, we're making projections in Peru, in the north, where we usually have floods. Now we are going to have water scarcity. In Tumbes y Piura, these are two provinces in Peru where we have rice. Rice is in the basic family basket. Water is absolutely necessary in order to cultivate rice. We have a plan to be able to address this problem. What are we doing in Peru, given the consequences of climate change, and what are we doing with respect to water stress? We have more than 2.2 million farmers, and 7.7 million hectares are water fed. So we do not have the infrastructure for irrigation. We need to do something, because if not, we're going to face very serious problems. Since last year, we have been developing infrastructure problems, and we've been working specifically on this issue. The development of these irrigation infrastructure projects will allow us to increase the resilience of our small producers. I would ask the FAO for greater assistance. We're working on the issues of climate change in the Amazon, but the Andean regions are also important. In Peru, this is where we have the greatest lack of irrigation systems, and there we only have water-fed agriculture. So I would ask the FAO to work with us, and we would like to work with other countries as well. We'd like to have exchange of ideas, how to address climate change, how we can use integrated management to be able to overcome this challenge. And I am going to conclude now. What is also vital is to be able to have multi-year budgets. We have the Ministry of the Agriculture, Ministry of the Environment, other ministries. We need to work together to help agriculture. We need to address climate change, not work in stovepipes. We also need to involve our farmers. They need to be aware of what's going on. We need to listen to what they have to say. Thank you to the FAO. I appreciate your including me in this roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now give the floor to Mr. Baptiste, the Deputy Director of Agricultural Services of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development of St. Lucia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and with your permission, I would prefer to stand to make the presentation. On behalf of the Government of St. Lucia and the Ministry of Agriculture, I'm really thankful to be here to share with you the St. Lucia experience as it relates to addressing the challenges that have been discussed here this morning. So what are the actions taken to manage land, soil, water, and forest and biodiversity, considering the nexus and impacts and uncertainty? For the St. Lucia scenario, this includes the development of key policy documents to strengthen the policy framework for mainstreaming and integrated approach to natural resource management. These include climate change adaptation policies of 2015, the St. Lucia National Adaptation Plan and supplements of 2018 and beyond, the sectoral adaptation strategies and action plans for water, agriculture, fisheries, and other sectors. The more recent Resilient Ecosystems Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan of 2020, and of course the revised second National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2018 to 2025. St. Lucia has adopted a national land use policy which for the sustainable use, development, and protection of the country's land resources, emphasizing the importance of maintaining ecological integrity, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, and ensuring equitable access to land. We have developed the National Water Policy, which aims to sustainably manage water resources and promote integrated water resource management, including the protection of catchments, efficient water use, and development of alternative water sources, such as rainwater harvesting. Additionally, St. Lucia is also party to international conventions such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity, committing to the conservation and sustainable use of its forests and biodiversity. The piloting of adaptation solutions to the fisheries sector in collaboration with the CRFM and Blue Transformation, as well as actions to address land degradation, are also critical areas for us. What are the lessons learned? Among the many lessons learned, it has been recognized that multidisciplinary teams across ministries are key in supporting the consideration of the nexus and the impacts and uncertainty by climate change.
I think that the microphone is a little bit far. So if you could speak more closely to the microphone, please.
Yeah, is that what you're asking? Okay. It's very loud, I think. Although there is a deficiency in information to support decision-making, given the importance of the nexus to the quality of life, action has to be taken now to conserve biodiversity. What are some of the barriers and challenges? The Caribbean small island development states face exceptional challenges in the integrated management of natural resources, which include but are not limited to outdated data to inform decision-making, resource staff, some management structures that are constrained to respond efficiently to new and emerging issues such as climate change and its resultant impacts of disasters, pest outbreaks, and species die-off. Other areas of concern include the onslaught of the impacts of climate change as it commands the sustained attention and resources of stray impulses of the governments of the region. St. Lucia's vulnerability to climate change stems from our reliance on ecosystem services to tourism and agriculture. 35% of our land is covered by essential forests, including a 19,000-acre rainforest. Extreme weather events compromise the integrity of ecosystems, diminish the ability of ecosystems to provide as water and soil retention, and threaten key sectors which contribute to our national economies. This was exemplified by Hurricane Thomas in 2010, which led to severe slope failure and land slippage and caused in excess of $56 million in forestry damages. What are some of the actions to overcome some of these challenges? We are currently working with the FAO and the SIDS, the Small Caribbean Small Island Developing States Multi-Country Management Initiative for Land Integrated Landscape Restoration and Climate Resilience Food Systems. We are also working with the FAO and the Soil Care Project Phase 2 that will be looking at the issues related to drought management. We're also looking at the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, the PISLM, and this partnership is realizing successes in achieving management of our soils. Finally, there is still a need to support informed decision-making for integrated management of natural resources through targeted technical support for land use planning, water management, and biodiversity conservation in productive landscapes. There's also need for sustained technical support to establish and maintain national and regional systems to manage data. And finally, I might want to point out, among many other areas where there is need for continued collaboration, climate finance, in order to continue supporting climate resilient and adaptation actions. With this, I wish to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Colombia. I don't think they are on us yet. So what we'll do, we'll go to government delegation in the plenary. You have 3 minutes to make interventions. Also, we'll recognize you raising your name tags. So the first country we have is Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, ministers, delegates. Panama is grateful for this opportunity and the document presented by the FAO on water, forest, biodiversity, and soil nexus, and the importance of managing of integrated resource management. Panama agrees that the management of resources is being supported by through the technical assistance of the FAO, and that this has enabled us to strengthen our overall agricultural management systems. in an integrated way for a better production. Panama considers that the promotion of such systems for livestock and agriculture can contribute significantly to improving soil quality. We have been giving incentives for agricultural production, soil amelioration. Likewise, we have been implementing reforestation projects in the biological corridors to promote greater biological biodiversity. The promotion of soil restoration, soil rehabilitation is also important. Other solutions that are necessary that are environmentally sustainable include the improvement of local market systems. Through educational programs, we are able to have a positive impact on the environment. There should also be a greater participation of the population, of the communities, giving them a greater sense of responsibility for this nexus. Panama has been working feverishly on resource mobilization using private-public partnerships to generate the resources necessary to support these initiatives. The government, civil society, the private sector, and of course the scientific community work together towards fighting the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Señor presidente, muchas gracias por darme el uso de la palabra. Brasil agradece la presentación y comparte.
Thank you very much, Chair. Brazil is grateful for this opportunity to speak on the subject of water, forest, biodiversity, and soil nexus. The socioeconomic components that are integrated into our agricultural management systems are important. Within the framework of national and regional agricultural production systems towards the economic and social viability of our country. Additionally, the bioeconomy contributes to the development of greater supply chains and value chains, integrating the knowledge from the indigenous communities. Brazil would like to highlight the importance of our forest systems, including the integration of better soil management systems. The question of forest integration contributes extensively to our overall agricultural management. We take into account the nexus between water, forests, biodiversity, and soil with regard to ecosystem services, which help significantly to improve the environmental sustainability, contributing to win-win solutions. With the projection that is associated with millions of tons of carbon dioxide in the air, we are working feverishly towards controlling the carbon footprint. Under the Brazilian presidency, we are promoting greater environmental sustainability, and to conclude, cooperation, greater regional cooperation among ecosystem actors is a key pillar, and we are grateful to the FAO for the technical support, the tools, technical tools being provided to help us in the fight against poverty and hunger. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to Guyana. Guyana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Guyana is one of the countries which hosts the Guyana Shield, one of the most pristine rainforest landscapes in the world. The Guyana Shield stores around 18% of the world's tropical forest carbon and 20% of the world's fresh water. Guyana has the second highest percentage of forest cover on Earth and is working with partners to sustain 99.5% of the forest while building the foundation of a new low-carbon ecoeconomy. Despite the country's modest size, we boast globally extraordinary levels of biodiversity, being home to more than 900 species of birds, 625 strictly freshwater fishes, 250 mammals, 250 amphibians, and 210 reptiles. Moreover, Guyana flora accounts for more than 85% of all vascular plant species known from countries of the Guyana Shield. Guyana, like many other nations in the Latin America and Caribbean region, grapples with the intricate interplay between water, forest, biodiversity, soil, and the looming threat of climate change. Climate change has brought about unprecedented challenges as a result of extreme weather events, rising temperatures, and changing precipitation patterns. These events are disrupting the water cycle, impacting forest health and eroding soil quality. These changes threaten our biodiversity, ecosystem services, and ultimately our ability to thrive as a nation. To effectively address these challenges, we must recognize the interconnectedness of water, forest, biodiversity, and soil. We form a nexus that requires holistic, integrated approach for conservation and sustainable management. The government of Guyana is actively tackling these challenges by prioritizing sustainable forest management practices that preserve the ecological integrity of our forests, and economic opportunities for local communities. Further, it entails combating deforestation and illegal logging and forest restoration efforts to reclaim degradation land. Adopting a groundbreaking low-carbon development strategy, which prioritizes the protection of our forests and biodiversity against climate change, and also promotes investment in renewable energy resources. With resources from the Guyana-Norway partnership, Guyana developed a climate resilience and adaptation strategy to set out a comprehensive and overarching framework for adapting building resilience to climate change and impact. Guyana is the first to complete our process of generating high-integrity forest agreement alignment carbon credit, and will allow the country to access market risk finance to continue to implement forest stewardship strategies. The architecture for REDD transaction are issues 33.5 million trees credit to Guyana, the country to receive. We are promoting the adaptation of climate-smart agriculture practices that enhance soil health, conserve water, and building resilience to climate change. As member state with the region, we must recognize the critical role of water resources in sustaining forest ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guyana. Now we'll have Costa Rica virtually. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Audio, please. Costa Rica no se escucha. Un minuto, por favor. ¿Puedes tratar de nuevo? No, no se escucha. Audio, Zoom. Maybe su micrófono está bien. No se escucha.
En Zoom tampoco.
¿Cómo? ¿Es al lado de ellos? Is it on their side or on our side?
It seems to be on there. Maybe we can move on to someone else and come back.
Ok, Costa Rica parece que el audio está a su lado, los problemas. Si se puede tratar de arreglarlo y vamos a volver a ustedes en unos minutos.
It seems that there's difficulty from the audio on the side of Costa Rica, so we will attempt to come back.
Delegation wants to speak? If not, I will go to civil society. And civil society spokesperson, you have the floor.
Hola, muy buenos días.
Good day. The agri-system is one of the main systems that is responsible for climate change, the reduction of the variety of foods, changes in water cycles, and the contamination of our soils are just some of the causes of climate change and the loss of biodiversity. These changes in the meteorological changes are also causes of hunger and poverty in our world. Yet, notwithstanding, the agricultural systems are taking us on a verge of the breakdown. And so more sustainable agricultural systems are at the same time part of the solution to combat climate change, not taking into account the knowledge available within the policy-making and decision-making processes is intolerable. It is necessary to rethink the agricultural production systems for transition to local production and much more organic agricultural production. We need agrarian reform with much greater focus on soil health. And for this reason, we are soliciting governments to work better together with other stakeholders to address the problems arising within the agri-food systems and industrial systems. Just about 3% of financial resources go towards the agricultural systems. And so we need to be able to guarantee specific funds channeled towards agriculture. We need to work more on the promotion of solutions and measures that are much more sustainable and community-based. Our leaders continue to criminalize and threaten and assassinate our rights to the territory. Year after year in Latin America and the Caribbean, it becomes more and more violent towards our indigenous communities. Those of us who live with the pain of hunger every day bear the brunt of these decisions. greater inclusion and more effective inclusion of women, youths, and our elders is needed in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can have back get back Costa Rica. If we can have audio now, Costa Rica. It seems they are not ready. So let's go to science and academic spokesperson. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. As a sector, we salute the efforts deployed with regard to water, forest, diversity, and soil nexus. The public policies have been leaving behind a great sector of the population. Agricultural management systems and the water, forest, biodiversity, soil nexus is urgent. It's through its capacity to contribute to more sustainable agri-production systems. However, these systems must be more integrated and participatory. Biophysical elements must be integrated much more alongside human inputs. The right to the use of lands, use of water is fundamental, particularly for the indigenous communities, women, and youth. This point is vital and linked to the question of nutrition. Within the framework of international biodiversity, there must be a greater focus on human rights with regard to governance policies at the level of the universities and government. With regard to the nexus between water, forest, and biodiversity and soil, the agroecological systems must take into greater account biodiversity and the time needed to conserve and rehabilitate the soils, water cycles, as well as agri-ecological systems, and the impact on climate change. As a sector, we reiterate our request, our explicit request for a multifunctional strategy that is also multi-sectoral, that would be much more inclusive, that would be healthy and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's see if we can have Costa Rica once again. Costa Rica, you have the floor. If not, let's go to the private sector spokesperson. Private sector, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Cuidar el agua, el suelo.
Thank you, Chair. Taking care of water, soils, and the forests is important. This requires us to use better systems, different measures. The tension between needs and the environmental impact of agricultural production is not new. However, through a greater and more responsible use of these resources, we can achieve better results. The transition towards more productive agri-systems, production of healthier crops, healthier food, is a responsibility of the government, working hand in hand with the private sector and the civil society. Together with the technical assistance of the FAO, we can achieve significant progress. The topic of climate change is also topical with regard to the proliferation of species, and captains of industry must be more mindful of these systems. Another important option in the fight against climate change is cooperation. But we need much more research to be able to elaborate models and forecasts. This requires the implication of greater expertise to be able to improve production. Generally speaking, governance is lacking. We need greater research, which must be more proactive and more flexible. We reaffirm the commitment of the private sector towards fighting climate change. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Gracias.
Good day. Thank you, Chair. A message of peace and life for all of the delegates, and please excuse the inconvenience caused by our connection difficulties. For us, the focus on landscapes and sustainable landscapes is important. Our country has advanced greatly in the implementation of an environmental agenda, which includes the vision from the Ministries of Agriculture and the Environment to promote integrated action at a country level. Our country has decided to advance in this direction. 20 or 30 years ago, we have been working on rehabilitation of soils and forests, which has generated today a very rich forest cover of over 50% forest cover. 20 years later, the agri-fishing sector has advanced significantly with great diversification towards the export of our produce. We think that the vision espoused at the time for greater public-private cooperation is vital to ensure the production of ecosystem services, together with the need to assure the livelihood of our people, and at the same time to generate resources for rural populations in particular, but for the general population. Public-private partnerships, along with international partnerships, enable us to promote, based on the evidence we have seen here, the implementation of the measures adopted in Costa Rica in other countries. We are all working together. We are a team rooting for sustainability, and our objective is to construct sustainability. It is a pathway, not just a destination.
a number of very interested perspectives and interventions from the floor. And those were very interesting points that were raised. So I'll ask Dr. Manuel Barrage for his reaction to those intervention and perspective. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is extremely difficult to summarize such a rich conversation in just a few words, but I will touch on what I consider to be the most common messages that have come through your interventions. First, that the nexus requires multiple objective setting, considering the trade-offs involved. For that, we need appropriate policies and governance frameworks that allow us to consider those multiple objectives. Best practices need to be supported in implementing those policies, including indigenous practices, community approaches, and gender-inclusive solutions. It is important to recognize that economic incentives may be needed for good practices and take consideration of socioeconomic elements in that analysis. Recognizing that more food is needed, it has been mentioned that it's important to listen to the farmers and the fishers and those in the communities that rely on the sector for their livelihoods. We need technical solutions connected to this multiple objective setting. Integrated resource monitoring and management has been mentioned as well as the fact that there is no healthy food without a healthy environment. Some of you mentioned the importance of engaging civil society to change perceptions and practices. The importance of finance, especially climate finance, because transformation is difficult, even though it is essential. I'll end up with a concept that has not been mentioned, but it's come to my mind, that in order to reconcile the nexus between biodiversity and food security, we need what I would call reciprocal mainstreaming, to mainstream biodiversity consideration and food security, as well as mainstream food security in biodiversity considerations. And with that, I'll thank you very much for your comments and for the kind words towards FAO. We remain committed to support the region in that transformation of the food systems. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barrage. Thank you very much for your interventions and those perspectives that were presented here this morning. I think we have had a very interesting session. We will now break for coffee. And I ask that we be on time to resume the work session in 15 minutes. So we return back here at 10:15. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. the region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó. Y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 Agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
l'eau pour moi.
المياه بالنسبة لي
El agua para mí.
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO.
We would like to resume, so any help in rounding up participants to come back to the room would be much appreciated. Queremos empezar, entonces, ayuda.
We'd like to begin, so if you can round up your colleagues, this would be very helpful so that we don't have to stay over late and we can eat lunch on time. Thank you.
We are about to call this session to order. Please take your seat. And those who are outside, kindly come in so that we can make a start.
Colleagues, please take your seats so that we can begin. We do have a quorum, so we will begin. As we start, just a few announcements. For those who did not receive the invitation to the reception organized by the government and hosted by the President of Guyana and the First Lady this evening, please raise your hands and we will give you a physical copy. All delegations and all participants here today who are present are invited. All of you are invited. So if you did not receive a copy of the invitation, raise your hands. They are also available through the circulation by email. It was circulated. So please raise your hands and it will be distributed to you now if you did not receive a hard copy. The other thing is that the government of Guyana has organized a set of media interviews with heads of government delegations. Any government delegation who has not yet been interviewed, please, during the course of the day, find a moment to go downstairs and have that interview with the media. Okay? I hope that message was clear to everyone. And with that, I turn it over to the chair.
Thanks, Secretary. So we will call the next session to order. And according to the agenda, we will now begin item 28. The high-level special event, targeted investment for resilience, sustainable and inclusive agri-food system under the Hand-in-Hand initiative. And we have Dr. Luis Carlos Bidushki, I hope I pronounced the name correct. FAO's Regional Senior Policy Officer will moderate this event. The moderator is invited. You have the floor, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gracias por la palabra, bienvenidos. Espero que hayan tenido buen espacio.
Thank you. I hope you had a wonderful coffee break. It is an honor to welcome you to this special event. in the framework of the Hand in Hand initiative. I want to thank the ministers who are here with us, who are going to share their experiences with us: Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Dominican Republic, among others, Nicaragua. And we also want to welcome those who are coming from the SICA system and Mr. Maximo Terrero, the chief economist of the FAO. We are going to share with you experiences during this session. We have a dialogue that will be ongoing. And this is one of the main initiatives of the FAO that was kicked off in 2019.
To strengthen the capacity of countries with regard to agri-financing measures and agri-food systems, reduction of poverty, and the promotion of inclusive economic development. And so we will start with a video, which we will discover here, that shows in concrete terms some of the accomplishments. Let's go with the video.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth. It's about holistic, sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policy making, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Gracias, colegas. Vamos por...
Thank you, colleagues. We will now move to the presentations with our first presenter, Massimo Torero.
For the time to present again, and I just want to repeat the last part of the video, which is together we can eliminate hunger, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. Also working with the G20 of Brazil, with the alliance that is going to happen. Please, if you can put the PowerPoint. Okay, so lo que vamos a presentar hoy día.
So what we will present today is the situation that is given rise to the Hand in Hand initiative. Can you please show the slide? Who is operating the slides, please? So the Hand in Hand initiative, or through this initiative, what we're looking for is, first of all, it's an initiative that is led by countries, but supported by the FAO to eradicate poverty, to end hunger and malnutrition, and to reduce inequalities as per the SDG 1, 2, and 10. This initiative seeks to accelerate market-based transformation of agri-food systems, to raise incomes, improve nutrition, empower poor and vulnerable populations, like those that we've been discussing since yesterday, climate change, and agri-food systems. This initiative has several pillars. So there are several pillars. The first pillar, territorial investment, prioritization, and what we hope to do is to identify in this space the territories where we have a great opportunity to bring about an agricultural revolution. And today, we know that there are barriers that exist, and this is exactly what the Hand in Hand initiative seeks to address, to enable these territories to progress. We look for agri-food systems that have great potential and that can help us to fight hunger and poverty. If these obstacles are eliminated, we can achieve sustainable development. And so for this reason, we look towards the alignment of investments with the investment portfolios of each government, so that when the private sector investors come, we are able to mobilize resources. And so we are assisting in making these linkages between investment opportunities and investors, such as the CAF, the IDB, and other financial donors, alongside the private sector investors, and which can facilitate access for other investors. This, of course, is in the ideal, and we need to follow up with these investors. We facilitate the matchmaking process through the investment bureaus of the relevant respective countries. So it is important to work jointly to have greater cooperation. These are the areas we're working in and working towards greater productivity so that the greatest potential can be achieved. When you see the video, you'll see that the projects are not only profitable projects, but they are sustainable projects in the 3 dimensions of sustainability. And finally, working with you, working with the stakeholders, you can see in your own countries the indicators that matter most. We have 68 countries involved in the hand-in-hand initiative, in more than 5 regional initiatives. As you can see here, some are just starting up, others are much more advanced in terms of their implementation in the areas identified from the dry corridor, Sahel, Amazon, Caribbean, and Southern Africa. In all of these activities, we have 40 different value chains identified, as well as other transversal investments, depending on the priorities of each country. Each country, of course, focuses or identifies and focuses on the areas and products that are priorities for the respective countries. The regional initiatives, for example, in the dry corridor, we have the entire dry corridor focused on irrigation systems, which can help the entire region. In the Sahel region, likewise. In other regions, the priority might be digitization of information resources. The hand-in-hand initiative is a really good initiative in the sense that we have been able to adapt it to the national territories and the priorities of those territories. In areas where, according to the FAO's definition of agriculture, which includes everything from seeds, livestock, poultry, crops. And so in these different dimensions, we know that reduction of hunger can also reduce poverty. Normally in national fora, in international fora, we can tackle these together. Clearly, there has been great progress in innovations. Honduras shared their experience with us earlier, but in several countries, the Hand-in-Hand initiative has begun to produce tremendous results. Through this initiative, we are seeking to integrate a wide range of information. Here is a screenshot of the Hand-in-Hand geospatial platform, which brings together in real time documented information that is then analyzed, mobilized, and we continue to add information to this platform It is really an innovative data system, data on poverty, real-time data, welfare maps, which allows us to track trends across the globe. For example, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, we are able to generate much better information. And we have what we called digital public goods, with all of the information that we've been accessing from you, individual countries. This data is aggregated within the digital public goods. So this platform is subject to very strict security measures for the protection of users and the protection of data. Simply to show you what this looks like. For example, we have a typology of regions and territories, as you can see here, which demonstrate policy interventions, grouped policy interventions under consideration in the design of the programs that are supported by the Hand in Hand initiative. We are able to look at the exploitation of agricultural potential. If it's not yet the case, this enables us to further enhance and expand the potential, even if it's not fully achieved. And Hand in Hand has a color code that allows us to quickly identify the high priorities, the critical opportunities, as well as efficiencies. What does this mean, agricultural opportunity? We're talking about the opportunities over time that can be differentiated, whether in terms of short-term or long-term investments. In terms of investment opportunities, we're not only appealing to the private sector, but what Hand in Hand does is that it allows us to measure the risk. We're able to plan for investments, measure the risk, and also monitor the results. This initiative allows us to combine the efforts of the private sector, public sector, and very clearly, of course, we appeal to the countries that have a very strong private sector to promote these partnerships. For example, in the area of coffee production, last year, we spoke with all of the large companies, the large coffee producing companies, so that they could accelerate investments into the sector overall. And this allowed us to attract much high-level investors and investments because of the volume of the aggregated sum of individual coffee farmers, coffee producers. In the second version, we were able to fine-tune our approach, and we've been able to mobilize the private sector and attract greater investments through this process. Investment programs are or can be costly, but with these partnerships, engagement with governments and partners, we're able to set up appointments. And we as FAO, we invite the companies that would be identified by you, the individual countries. You, for example, you know that there's certain sectors, there's certain companies that have a greater capacity for production, but they're not yet at that level. and so that we are able to do matchmaking to ensure the investments necessary to maximize and optimize the potential. We depend on you to identify those resources, to identify those companies, so that we can begin to facilitate communication between the different stakeholders. So we have been promoting this initiative, as you can see, through the different hand-in-hand investment forums from 2022. We've progressed in our stats from 20 countries in 2022 at the very first forum. We've moved to 31 countries in the second forum in 2023 and 33 in 2024. We've moved from 80 matchmaking meetings in the first forum to over 400 matchmaking meetings in the second forum. And we hope that in 2024 we will achieve even more. For this year, we've already approved 33 countries, pre-approved 33 countries, and we look forward to much more matchmaking meetings and investment cases, as well as participants. For the purpose of today's presentation, we will present just 2 countries, but then we will have the bilateral meetings coming out of the presentations. And so we will bring specialists from the banks of each region, so that we have a very targeted audience. And we do the work of identifying the best persons, the best representatives of the most relevant agencies. This helps us to make significant progress with the investments of those who are monitoring the return on investments. Sometimes you may have many meetings, but no results. This we want to eliminate completely. The meetings must be productive, fruitful. In Latin America, we have 15 active countries, and in the dry corridor, which is a subject of the regional initiative, the dry corridor, within countries that have produced results. We have Colombia, Honduras, Ecuador, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Peru, Guatemala, Paraguay, Haiti, and Dominican Republic. Last year, we had a meeting specifically surrounding the social support of Haiti. And so you can see some of the results achieved here, with up to 1.5 million beneficiaries. And now we have committed funding of $326.6 million committed to the territories involved in the hand-in-hand initiative. Finally, here are some of the lessons learned. First of all, we are going to be much more focused, much more targeted. We have a large group of investors last year who are interested this year in further matchmaking. These are companies that have been identified as priority investments within their countries. And we are linking with these companies to better implement the hand-in-hand methodology. A lot of the FAO support to countries, to governments, and the private sector has proven to function very well. We are also preparing the second version of hand-in-hand, where we will have a much greater focus on climate change, financing of climate change initiatives, because this will help to attract much more investment to the region that can be channeled towards agri-food systems. Thank you for your attention. What we're looking for is more opportunities for today and tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Massimo. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Before moving into the next session, we have a request from the Secretariat, and so I hand over to the chair.
So, Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Along with Panama, Costa Rica, and Belize, we would like to present to you today a proposal to affirm our commitment to resilience in Latin America. And we'd like to thank the FAO's technical support through the Hand in Hand initiative, along with our efforts to mobilize resources. The dry corridor is a region from the south of Mexico that transits through several Central American countries, Panama, Costa Rica, and Belize, where we are confronted with very strenuous climate change impacts. These challenges not only threaten food security, but they also threaten our environment. So Panama, Costa Rica, and Belize reaffirm our request to the FAO, along with the SICA Secretariat, to accompany us in elaborating projects in these territories, not only in terms of technical expertise, but also in terms of mobilization of financial resources that are needed to sustain these efforts, which can help us to ensure that within the region known as the Dry Corridor, we can implement innovative, adaptive agri-food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will go back to the moderator. You have the floor to continue the discussion there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gracias, Thomas, por la intervención.
Thank you all. We would now like to continue with the scheduled agenda, starting with our colleague from Ecuador, the Vice Minister of Productive Development, Ms. Joanna Jacome, who is with us online. As we begin the session, the idea is for us to share how exactly the initiative has been working for you, what lessons we've learned, and what we can share with those countries that are just beginning to be involved in the Hand in Hand initiative. Joanna, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Joanna Jacome, Subsecretary of Livestock Production. I have been asked by the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock to take part in this high-level seminar, and I will share the main challenges we face at the country level in the Hand in Hand initiative. Distinguished chairperson of the conference, distinguished secretary of the conference, distinguished DDG of FAO, distinguished regional director of FAO, distinguished authorities sitting before the panel. It is important for our administration to be able to convey the challenges faced in the implementation of the Hand in Hand initiative in Ecuador since June 2020. During the International Investment Forum under the Hand in Hand initiative held in October of 2022 in Rome, Italy, Ecuador put forward its investment strategy for value chains or agro-exports for avocado and cocoa, where we shared the point of view of the main investors involved in diversified production in my country. In the Global Investment Forum in 2023, Ecuador updated its investment notes for avocado and cocoa and put forward 2 new investment notes for dragon fruit and 1 other commodity, in addition to putting forward 2 new ones for banana and coffee. This investment strategy for this sector was discussed in 6 different territorial dialogues with all stakeholders involved throughout the value chain, contributed to the technical document, identifying in these chains different investment opportunities in terms of sustainable investment, quality and verification, value added, circularity, and links with the international market. This forum allowed us to prove an international need for some $144 million, which would benefit some 200,000 farmers in these 6 priority chains. One of the main challenges we faced in the hand-in-hand initiative for Ecuador was guaranteeing participation in global fora on the part of international investment organizations, public and private banks, and bilateral and multilateral organisms, which have a high interest in understanding and investing in the productive value chains of the country. This would help obtain real resource mobilization and investment. Last, we would kindly call for us to find solutions through FAO and the hand-in-hand initiative so that we can invest in change. For instance, in January 2025, the European will begin to be involved. I have no doubt that we will continue to count on FAO's support in guaranteeing more inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and competitive agri-food systems. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Jacome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jacome. You can count on FAO's entire full support as you take the next steps in the hand-in-hand program. Ecuador and Haiti were the 2 first countries to formally join the initiative. Therefore, we will build on all the knowledge garnered in Ecuador. I will now move on to Guatemala. We'll be hearing from the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Livestock, Mr. Mario Estrada. You have the floor. Good morning, Chairperson of the conference, Madam Secretary of the conference, Mr. Torero, Director of the panel, my dear friend. Good morning, all. Warm greetings from the government of Guatemala and Vice President alike. The new government, the government of the new spring in Guatemala, took office on the 15th of January this year. It is important that we underscore, on behalf of the government, the significant support that has been received from FAO, which I will flesh out and describe in terms of everything we've gained from the hand-in-hand initiative. Thanks to the support provided through the hand-in-hand initiative, we have developed a territorial model to target investment in the agriculture and livestock sector. This evidence-based tool allows us to prioritize actions as well as public investment, which seek to transform the agri-food system and improve the well-being of poor and undernourished households. And there are many in our country at the moment. This also aligns with our strategic plan 2024-2028 of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food. These provisions contribute to setting priorities identified through the government plan, especially those that have to do with agricultural infrastructure. We have prioritized 3 territories: the High Plains, the Verapaces region, and the Dry Corridor. We are also using evidence generated through the Hand-in-Hand initiative to develop the irrigation investment plan. If we look at these different models, we have prioritized 65 municipalities so that we can begin public investment. We estimate that in the next 4 years, we will be investing $270 million from the public budget to boost production in 45,000 hectares through access to irrigation. If we did not have the structure, it would be very difficult for us to prioritize territories and to engender change in this productive agriculture infrastructure through irrigation so that we can, above all, prioritize the most disenfranchised through the support of the government of Guatemala. This public investment prioritizes the Dry Corridor as a priority. Our efforts will improve the productive capacity and living conditions of thousands of family farmers. The Irrigation Investment Plan responds to the National Investment Plan for Investment, which will be presented by the President of the Republic shortly. I would like to underscore FAO's tireless support, which has reached out to us, among others, through technical assistance in drafting the Irrigation Investment Plan and policy. This bears out the support that the Hand-in-Hand initiative can provide. We also have another government program. The government will try to strengthen the viability of rural routes, especially looking at weak infrastructure so that we can further develop our most vulnerable communities. A well-planned road infrastructure will significantly contribute to the transportation of agricultural goods and manufactured goods alike. This will stimulate local and regional trade and generate more business opportunities. It is important for us to say that secondary and tertiary roads in Guatemala have been prioritized through the Hand-in-Hand initiative. It is a priority for us that we implement this well-being program because we are sure this will help new commodities reach markets and also bring remote communities closer to consumption centers. We thank FAO's teams for forging conversations with our ministerial team for the Well Living Plan so that through the Hand-in-Hand initiative, we can implement these plans. We believe this methodology will allow us to prioritize the local level. Also, we have developed the investment plan for Valle de Polo Chico and 1 other region's rural sectors, with targeted investment in fostering resilient and inclusive production, trade, commercialization, infrastructure, and green processing. I would like to stress the huge role that we are beginning to play with the government and with FAO, thanks to the support and through this theoretical and methodological plan, which allows us to prioritize public investment. We are also in touch with the private sector so that we can interlink our entire government program with private sector initiatives with a view to strengthening dialogue and harmony so that we can improve the living conditions of many people in the Republic of Guatemala who are currently suffering from hunger and poverty. Poverty and hunger, which has been exacerbated in recent years by governments that have not allowed us to have a more fair, equitable, and solidarity-based society. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention this morning. I hope that this conference will allow for all our countries to contribute evidence from their own experiences so that we can all work together through governments, international organizations, and the private sector. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure and honor to have had you on the panel this morning, the special hand-in-hand event. Indeed, you have spoken about how, through the hand-in-hand initiative, we can engender infrastructure such as rural routes and irrigation so as to boost rural development. I would now like to give the floor to the Vice Minister from the Minister of Livestock of Nicaragua. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, high-level officials, directors and representatives of FAO, executive secretaries, regional secretaries. Good morning, all. I would like to convey the warm greetings of the government of Nicaragua, while also thanking you for the opportunity to take part in this special event. We welcome the advances made under the Hand-in-Hand Initiative, which Nicaragua joined in 2022. It is an effective strategy to support poverty reduction and promote sustainable development in many countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. From 2007, Nicaragua has been implementing a host of decisions, laws, and policies which aim to achieve food and nutrition security. We're one of the few countries in the world that managed to produce more than 90% of the food that we consume. Advances made in the country in terms of food security and nutrition and sovereignty are part of our national plan to fight poverty, in which the national production and consumption and trade model represent an institutional mechanism that allows us to coordinate and implement policies and actions in our fight against poverty through coordinated action, which involves all public institutions that are involved in this important matter. Between 2007 and 2023, the agriculture sector in Nicaragua enhanced its production by 112.5%, the agriculture sector specifically by over 100%, and the livestock sector by 99%. Going from subsistence farming to a type of agriculture sector that supplies national and international markets as a net exporter of food. In this time, we managed to export food for an amount of almost $3.3 billion, over 3 times what we achieved in 2006. The efforts of the national government in terms of achieving food and nutrition security have been supported by the building of a legal framework that contributes to eradicating poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. In 2009, the National Assembly approved the 693 law on food and nutrition security, and as of 2017, it has made significant progress and contributed from a legislative standpoint, including through a law on plant protection. In addition to this normative solid frameworks, the Hand-in-Hand Initiative has supported the National Rural Investment Program 2022 to 31, in particular the investment plan on low carbon emissions livestock for smallholders and medium-sized farmers in the broadened Milky Way part of the country. Our rural investment program to 2030 in the dairy sector, coffee and beans, and low carbon emissions agriculture through forest plantations have huge potential in boosting incomes, which has a significant knock-on effect on the social development of our country. These policies aim to strengthen the inclusivity of our value chains through fostering partnerships and competitive transformation at the industrial level. We promote fair and equitable access to markets, industrial infrastructure, and harnessing our territorial potential in line with the needs of our internal markets, broadening our exports so that we can improve the living conditions of our people. Training and the exchange of knowledge continue to be a key tool in our joint efforts that involve our institutions and the hand-in-hand initiative, especially when it comes to reducing emissions, adaptation to climate change, and the design of investment programs. Our field programs and technical training programs driven by our government that aim to reach entrepreneurs and experts have sought to disseminate knowledge so as to bolster production, improve production quality, and constantly contribute to the expansion of our national economy and combat poverty. Chairperson, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to conclude by reiterating that the fight against poverty, hunger, and inequality are core pillars of the government of national reconciliation. We would also like to express our thanks to FAO for leading this initiative and for the technical support they have provided to the important public initiatives of the government of national unity as we all seek to fight hunger and malnutrition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Baldrek. The government of Nicaragua does show how rural investment programs through the National Program for Production has institutionalized and harnessed the methodological package that the hand-in-hand initiative provides. I would now like to give the floor to the Vice Minister, our friend Marcelo Gonzalez, Vice Minister of Livestock of the Republic of Paraguay. He will be telling us a little bit about his country's experience. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be able to share our experience with you all, our experience through the Hand-in-Hand Initiative. In Paraguay, it took about a year for us to set up the Hand-in-Hand platform so that last year, in October, for the first time, the official sector led by Carlos Jimenez, our Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, and the dairy sector, and the large-scale cooperatives of Paraguay, and the banana sector, which exports to Argentina and also potentially to Chile, could all be involved. We have thus started a mapping exercise through the program so that we could have some clarity in an exercise as to where it would be best to invest and where we should request loans from organizations with which we met and to whom we had direct access, as we did attend the forum in Rome where we discussed these matters. This is an area where building capacity or capacity building is key so that we can really make the most of everything that we have at the country level. We have conducted a national agricultural census, where we have all the data from geo-referenced farms and information on the types of farms in terms of whether they should produce agricultural commodities such as produce or livestock. We are also conducting a population census in an innovative fashion with social indicators, which we are also uploading onto our maps. This means that we have quite a sound and analytical tool, and that we can make this available to other robust programs that the government has already drafted. We took office last August, and we have invested $300 million in a school feeding program. This is an opportunity for rural producers and family farmers to sell their products directly to the school feeding program, and for them to be proud to be part of the system that is feeding the school children that are the future of our planet in our South America, in our Latin American Caribbean region, which we hold so dear. We are taking strategic decisions thanks to the information that we have fed into the program. We are also continuing to seek funding through the dairy and banana sectors. The dairy sector is essentially made up of cooperatives. 80% of it is cheese and milk powder are also being produced. And each committee or family farming group is made up of about 20 people, and they might produce 50 or 80 liters per day that they can take to a tank, which is strategically located, so that they pool the milk and ensure that each one of these families can earn an income as they're pooling their resources. This is administered by the Agriculture Ministry so that they can have a bank account and transparent regulations between committees. As for the banana sector, we have 3 different levels: a group of businesses that are exporters, especially to Argentina, the small and medium-sized farmers group that are in the same areas. However, they need to invest in plant health on their plantations. This was all presented at the forum, so we are making headway. Paraguay will have an investment plan ready by July, an investment plan with FAO, and we hope that FAO will continue to support us. We aim to present a map that will cover the entire country at the hand-in-hand platform, where the different corridors, such as the Green Corridor and others that can be strengthened, where there is potential for investment. As you know, we are a net exporter. We produce food for over 80 million people. We have a population of 6 million. We produce meat, soybean, maize, wheat, and we also export milk. We are truly committed, and thanks to this technical support and capacity building, we hope to be able to mobilize the funds so that we can have a true impact on our rural sector. That was a quick summary of our experience with the Hand-in-Hand initiative. We hope that all the countries from South America and Latin America and the Caribbean will also make an effort to join the initiative and attend the forum so that we can all listen to one another and learn from each other's experiences in the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Paraguay provides a clear example of how our different types of analyses can generate new opportunities. Thank you, Vice Minister Marcelo Gonzalez. We've heard from 3 different countries, and now we would like to hear from a regional perspective with a focus on the dry corridor, Central America, and the Dominican Republic. We have colleagues from SICA here, Crecia Rodriguez, from the Central American livestock production sector, Mr. Queiroz from the Central American Organization for the Environment, and Ms. Laura Suazo, Minister of Agriculture of Honduras, a country which also holds the pro tempore chairpersonship of SICA. They have a joint presentation, which will begin with Lucrecia. We hope that our colleagues from countries in the Caribbean that are beginning to make their regional proposal now, and that our colleagues from the OTCA or ACTO will also be able to draw from these experiences as they are beginning to look at the hand-in-hand initiative. May I please ask that you speak very close to the microphone so that the interpreters can hear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chairperson, distinguished ministers, Director General. In the regional integration system for Central America, as of 2019, the Central American Commission for Livestock and Agriculture and Development, that brings in the ministries from both sectors, has a joint agenda in seeking sustainable solutions for productive processes in the agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and forestry sectors in the 8 SICA countries. Our working agenda is intense and systemic and has several policies and strategies at the regional and extra-regional level. All these tools seek to build on the 2040 AFALU initiative and the strategy that seeks to reconcile environmental and agriculture initiatives. We have taken part in several fora. The priority was to take part in the COP conference, where we not only expressed concern over the impact on our countries, but also shared the measures that we are taking in the Central American Dry Corridor and parts of the Dominican Republic. The Central American Dry Corridor and its arid zones goes from Oaxaca and Chiapas in Mexico all the way through Central American countries to Panama and the arid zones of the Dominican Republic. Some 21 million people live in these arid zones, mainly in rural areas, suffering from poverty and exclusion. This region is also bearing the brunt of climate change. In 2020 alone, there were 3 Category 4 and 5 hurricanes and 2 tropical storms. Rainfall fluctuates. There is protracted drought, and the rainy season changes. Of course, the agriculture sector is very sensitive to the rainy season. In 2023 and 2024, the El Niño phenomenon has made a comeback. In the last 2 decades, we have crossed roads with FAO many times. In 2020, we began to look at how exactly we could develop the dry corridor, and FAO was launching its global hand-in-hand initiative. After 2 years of extensive discussions, the hand-in-hand initiative began to build resilience in the corridor sector and arid zones of the Sika region. Based on this initiative, we began building solid partnerships so that we could discuss solutions that would make the dry corridor resilient, a resilient corridor through multilateral development banks. And more recently, the World Bank, additionally to our regional bank, in addition to cooperation from Mexico, USAID, Germany, Korea, Spain, and many others. We have made substantial headway in identifying initiatives that are being implemented and others that have resources that can contribute to the technical work, such as FAO and ICAT. This week, we are having an exchange of experiences with the teams of the agriculture ministries and agriculture intensification with Embrapa Brazil. This is part of the hand-in-hand initiative for the reduction of agriculture and environmental risk, which is being supported by the Brazilian sector. This initiative involves 5 countries from the region. However, the methodology is being scaled up to all 8 countries. This is the added value of taking a regional approach. We call these regional public goods. Our work is technical in nature. It is also political, which is why we have a mandate that comes from the 58th Summit of Heads of Government and State held in Belize in May 2023. Under the leadership of the General Secretariat and thanks to the technical support of FAO, we drafted proposals that seek to mobilize resources for the generation of regional public goods with a special focus and urgent focus on mobilizing cooperation resources, targeting 5 areas: digital soil mapping, agricultural certification and tackling environmental risks, safe water, digital systems for access to markets for SMEs in rural areas, and strengthening the capacity of research organizations in the region. 4 of these initiatives have seed funding so that we can begin work. It is worth noting that FAO played a fundamental role in preparing the concept or investment notes to the tune of over 300 million, which were discussed and presented in the first investment fora at FAO in 2023 and 23, with direct participation of the ministers of agriculture, finance, economy, and foreign ministries of 32 countries. Last, as we saw in the previous session, these investments in the dry corridor will support and complement hand-in-hand investments in each of these countries. These are the institutional, scientific, and innovative foundations that we are laying so that we can have a more resilient dry corridor and arid zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I go directly to Jair, and something important has drawn my attention. You're working with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Environment, so there's these conversations between agriculture and environment. This is a value added that was facilitated by this joint project. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. To the Ministers of Agriculture, I greet you on behalf of the Council of Ministers of the Environment of Central America and the Dominican Republic, and from the current President pro tempore, Luque Medina, the Minister from Honduras. I wish to add to what Lucrecia Rodriguez from the Central American Organization told us, with some lessons learned based on the CCAD the Central American Commission on the Environment and Development, which gathers the 8 ministers of Central America and the Dominican Republic. To date, we have concrete results that encourage us to continue to move forward. The first lesson that I wish to highlight is the importance of regional integration mechanisms. In this case, the General Secretariat of the Integration System, the CCAD and the CAC as bodies that can articulate and play a leadership role to develop a multi-country approach in the dry corridor by pursuing common goals and synergies agreed upon among the countries and by the countries, and therefore maintaining these goals alive, even with the change in the pro-temporary presidency every 6 months. In this regional framework, the relationship between the intersectorial work that has been established for the last 3 years between our ministers of agriculture and our ministers of environment of the region has been of the utmost importance. At the decision-making level, as the secretary mentioned, which translated itself in technical capacity at the regional level. All of this political and technical impetus has been fundamental to develop the proposals to meet the challenges stemming from the harsh diagnostic that is becoming even more complex and that has been expressed in all the international fora, and that can be summarized in the climatic, social, and economic sustainability for our countries. But that depends to a large extent on the strength in the relationship between agriculture and environment. As a second point, we wish to highlight that things are going well. We have mobilized and organized alliances with various sectors and stakeholders beyond public institutions. Our countries have a civil society that has a long and rich experience in the application of technologies, sustainable technologies within our dry corridor to increase resiliency. But there is also experience that we need to better understand to reach scale in our public policies and strive to mobilize international support for this. Other strategies are linked to partners that have been mentioned by Secretary Rodriguez. It's good to know that there is a network of support of NGOs, foundations, local administrations in the dry resilient corridor, which we are taking into account in a dashboard with reaching scale, with the aim of reaching scale along the corridor. In terms of alliances, one of the major challenges is that with the financial institutions that has been mentioned by the FAO during a seminar that we held in June of last year at the headquarters of SICA with the World Bank, the CFW, the German Bank, the IDB, and the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. We have clearly seen that we need to make progress towards systematizing evidence of the economic sustainability to compensate for the low financing available to finance initiatives at the local government levels in the dry corridor. We need to have more evidence, more technology, more science, more digital science, which are fundamental aspects which will also allow us to accelerate the coverage. Moving on from lessons learned and going now towards concrete results, we wish to highlight the following elements. First, cooperation. We have more than $10 million stemming from these partners that were mentioned by the CAC Secretary, Brazil, the FAO, and we thank them for this support. And we hope in the 3 or 4 years to come to have the whole dry corridor with a digital soil map and the main goals in terms of food security duly solidified and articulated with the seed fund, the seed programming existing, and then moving on to more resilient crops from what we have to date. And secondly, we are delighted that we have begun the regional program adaptation based on ecosystems based to increase climate resiliency in the dry corridor and in the DR. This program has been approved by the Green Climate Fund and the FAO, BCA, CCID, and the CIC will be the institutional team that will implement this program over the 7 years to come in the countries of our region, with a total budget of $268 million. This program, which has begun on February 5th this year, will benefit directly to 1.1 million people in Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and Dominican Republic. And together with our partners, we are striving to include Belize as well in this program. Additionally, the combined impact of the interventions of the program will facilitate the adoption of adaptation measures beyond the local government level and beyond their goals, benefiting directly to 1.4 million people in the whole region all along over the 7 years of the implementation of this program. The results of this initiatives is to have institutional and normative systems strengthened considerably towards climate resiliency, as well as capacity building for adaptation and decreasing the climate risk and better awareness as to the climate threats and how to alleviate the risks. This project will become a reference to broaden the actions of the initiatives of the hand-in-hand initiative in our dry corridor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jair. I'm now moving on to Minister Abasawas. First, thank you so much, and I greet you all and those who follow us online as well. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this hand-in-hand initiative, which is very important, and to present Honduras's experience. Honduras is a country under social and economic transformation. It is a country which, together with my neighbor here, Haiti, we are last in line in Latin America, but I'm convinced that we will invert this with our hard work, with our commitment, and with our projection. And by using this type of collaboration that we are developing with FAO. In the case of Honduras, despite the fact that our economic conditions are not great, we have focused on various products for global exports on global markets. And we have products as coffee, gourmet coffee of high quality with lots of taste and great smell, which positions it to sell well in market. We have okra, tobacco, seafood, as well as bananas, but more than 60% of our population lives in poverty. And this leads to the topic of food security, which is a responsibility for the Ministry of Agriculture. And therefore, we work directly with our president, Xiomara Castro, which is striving to support this transformation of the agro sector. We believe that our producers are brave at all levels, and there's a historic tendency, and I'm convinced that this is not only in my country, but that occurs amongst all of our countries. Most of our farmers don't know the price at which they will be able to sell their product. This has been a historic scourge, and we cannot continue like that. But initiatives such as the Hand in Hand initiative can strengthen their capacity to obtain better prices for our products on the international markets. Moving on now to the dry corridor, it has been mentioned by those who spoke before us, but Honduras is the country that has the greater surface of the dry corridor. 42% of our country is in the dry corridor, and this is 213 of 295 municipalities that find themselves lightly, moderately, or highly grouping these characteristics of drought. And drought is the main characteristic that is directly linked with the presence or the occurrence of the El Niño phenomenon. And in addition, there are these conditionalities for poverty, the historic isolation of municipalities that often have weaknesses. They have gaps in services such as electricity, access to the internet, phone services, other conditions important for success in the Hand in Hand initiative. I believe that before we speak about our experience, another important element, and as we hear about all of this effort, and as we keep in mind the future, as was mentioned by Panama, Costa Rica, and Belize, I believe that this is linked to the crops that present the greatest opportunities in the dry corridor. One of our problems is the insistence on producing basic grains and certain types of livestock under drought conditions, when maybe there are other crops that are better adapted to the arid zones and present greater economic potential. And this is important to keep in mind in the Hand in Hand initiative. Amongst our challenges, there's also the lack of investment due to the drought characteristics and in reservoirs and other irrigation systems. But there's another element for which I'm delighted that the FAO is working on. It's the issue of inclusion of inclusive agro-industrial systems. And here we should consider the participation of women and youth in the rural areas, because women in rural areas, we speak about this since 1975, when there was a global summit on women. But since 1975, we have not been capable to create spaces for the direct financing for women farmers, for example. And in the case of youth, well, we see our youth leave us and they migrate because there are lacks of opportunities in our own countries. Hand in Hand can be a great opportunity to slow down this migration, particularly for youth, but if we have a financing available. In the case of Honduras, we have launched in 2022, working with the Hand in Hand initiative, in an accelerated activity of roughly 1 month, to have an investment note. And we focus on 4 main products: coffee. A majority of Latin America has investment in coffee, and so there's competition amongst us. Cocoa, also a common staple, and for the first time we have added beans, sorghum, and corn as a basic need for the country. Our government has started this program. We did not have enough seeds to sow, particularly for those types of crops. And we were coming out of the pandemic and have had difficult circumstances. But we believe that there were investors in the world that could be interested in supporting us for those commodities. But I'm telling you all of this because the biggest lesson that we have learned from the Hand in Hand initiative was that we went to these global events, we positioned these products, but the greatest gain was we came back home and we created a hand in hand in our own country. We invited our own investors, our local investors, and based on that, we generate an experience of cooperation between the Ministry of Agriculture through a Directorate on Science and Technology, bringing to bear support and technical assistance to groups of farmers that have the land, they have irrigation, but they don't have the financing to invite them to sow these thousands of hectares that we need. And we combine this with the National Agricultural Development Bank, which is a public bank. And under this government, it has loaned to loan at a 2.5% rate, which is something unprecedented. And with our president, we're hoping to reach 0% so that our farmers have the funding, they can reimburse, and we can loan it again to activate the economy. But that's not all. We also work with shore buyers of the government itself, an institution for agricultural marketing, and they sell these products to the National Bank for the staples directly to the people at a lower price, and that you would find under the conditions of trade, because this is the price that should be set for our population that have low income or live under dire poverty. And so this cooperation has been reactivated or stems from this hand-in-hand experience. But that's not all. We also decided to create a forum of investment for the same crops, and we have also added honey, and for the first time, we had a special funding for coffee, and we had international markets that were interested in our products because they saw the quality of our coffee, and we had investors from many countries, Germany, Canada, Colombia, Guatemala, etc. And we're repeating a similar experience this year. And I want to tell you that Honduras is delighted with this hand-in-hand initiative, and I am convinced that we will continue to make progress. The issue of trade and of sales has traditionally been omitted from these technical assistance schemes, and we might be excellent at production, but if we can't establish the trade connection, the financing connection, then we don't affect the poverty levels and don't ensure that our staples have access to the technology, the information, and the irrigation systems, and the state-of-the-art technology that we need. Just one more minute to tell you that this experience has been a great success. We recognize the importance of working in a spirit of cooperation based on production chains and the issue of international markets. It's only when it is beneficial to the farmers that they will read sustainable food security and generate revenue to alleviate poverty. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Laura Lucrecia Jair. And we have one more intervention from the Dominican Republic. They are connected. They just need to make sure the technology works. But I want to highlight the importance of these regional initiatives. As you can see, the link between the Dry Corridor Initiative with the initiatives of the country, there is an articulation, if you will, a synergy that allows to improve the work in the countries based on a regional approach, which is why we insist and welcome the efforts that are developed here in the Caribbean and as well as in the Amazon, you have seen that it's not an easy task. It requires a lot of efforts, as the minister comment, as well as Madame Rodriguez and Jair and Marcelo. But the fruit of this work, and this is also how farming is actually. It's not as easy as buying things in the supermarket. You have to give love, effort, and you need information analysis. All of this becomes more and more important. So everything that the FAO can bring to bear, and we heard Massimo speak about this installed capacity. Raul, who is a civil servant of the organization, is pride. It's an honor to be part of this architecture with one single FAO. We have the sub-regional coordinators. We have the representatives in each country working hand in hand with the governments and with the other stakeholders. This was a session where we weren't going to give the floor to the members and the organizations, but Tayla, Tali, Finedo, the representatives of civil society and academia, that each one of these proposals under the hand-in-hand initiative, there is an effort to connect, to ensure synergies with the organizations, with the research centers. Joaquin, you're all welcome to join more intensively all of these future efforts. I will give the floor now to our colleagues from the Dominican Republic. I want to see if the Minister Pavel Isa is online, and if it's not, I will give you the floor with the participation of the Director Enrique, who is online from Santo Domingo. Help me, please. Yes, hello? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Good. Hello. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to be here in this gathering to speak about the progress of the hand-in-hand initiative. In our country, the Dominican Republic, we have made progress in a project based on the private sector and the entrepreneurs. And it's based on that we have launched the initiative that we have configured thanks to the support of this FAO team in country, at the support of the Ministry of Agriculture that has also actively taken part in this process. And we also have the Enriquillo Norte Agro-Industrial Center, which is a public-private alliance to first bolster production of the communities linked to the farming process in a specific area of the country, and to ensure that this production is linked with the value added that will stem from the transformation, so that we can get the processing, so that we can have good results, so that we can have products that satisfy the needs of both the local and the international market. This initiative is launched or is embedded in a strategic regional project that cover the 7 provinces along our border. You all know that we share our island with the Republic of Haiti. This is a large area that is made up of 7 provinces, and within those 7 provinces, there is a zone to the south of the Dominican Republic, which is the Enriquillo region. The Enriquillo region currently is where we have the most important tourism project of the most recent decade, and this project for tourism allows us to consolidate a product that is linked towards satisfying this market, a market for which the projections that we have to date, where we will generate over the years to come 4,700 houses, and of these 4,700 this housing project that is being developed, we hope that for this year, 1,000 houses will already be built, and there's a investment of more than $1 billion devoted to this tourism project. So what does this hand-in-hand project in Enriquillo Norte, what it produces, and its goal is to satisfy various requirements. First, a requirement for this tourism market that we have received. Last year, the record figures for the DR is that we have roughly 10 million tourists over the year. This year, we hope that we can reach more. And this project from the Pedernal is a fundamental piece to the puzzle for the present, but also for the future. This demand will be satisfied through these products. And similarly, another important market is the local market, the market of the Enriquillo area, but also the market for the production aimed at the center of the country, where you find the most population, the region around the metropolitan area of Santo Domingo, roughly 4 million people. But third, this production is also going to the border market, since there we find markets along the border, and these markets that are developing themselves all along the border, generating local dynamism and development. So how is the Enriquillo Norte system articulated? We are supporting public investment through various state entities in the coordination, the Minister of Planning, Development and Economy, and together with us, the Ministry of Agriculture, to implement the agricultural policies of the countries. But there are other entities, such as the Commission on Irrigation and financing institutions, such as the Agricultural Bank, the INDESUR, the Institute to Develop the South of the country, and all of these institutions are trying to encourage public investment by improving roads, by improving the quality of the water and how the water reaches the farms, and to implement banana production, which is one of our main goals. And all along the Enriquillo region and the province of Mauruco, and there you find key municipalities such as Galvan, Camayo, and Cabral, where there is intense production of bananas. And we support these structures and help them in their organization. We help them in governance of over water, as well as governance over cooperation around these entities. All of this will allow us first to have strengthened entities, strengthened in terms of their production. And this encourages local development. In one of the regions that is the poorest of the country, the Enriquillo region, which finds itself along the border, and these are areas that are highly vulnerable and where the government is developing an intense policy to promote a new era of development, which will allow that people improve their quality of life. All of this framed in a strategy established by the government of implementing public policies at the local level, which will allow us to reach the lower echelons of governance to help people and strengthen their capacity, their production capacity, and to satisfy local markets. All of this is complemented with private investment. We are promoting private investment so that through various entities, we can encourage the participation to bring to bear value added to the production processing. As we have said, this will be based on banana, and from banana, these new industries which will be in the Galvan area where there is land identified to this end, which is close to the production area, close to the roads that lead to the tourism market, as well as the markets along the border, and a central area that contributes to ensure that all of the farms can transport their production to this center, which will be developed based on private investment and will contribute to create the products required by these three markets: local, cross-border, as well as tourism and the local market, which will contribute towards generating new jobs in the area and ensure that the businesses can develop themselves and create a new market. Because right now there is more industrial centers in the north of the country, but we are trying to promote the southwest of the country, and this will contribute towards improving the quality of life, which is at the end of the day the goal of this policy. And this is an investment of $25 million.
These are what the projections currently tell us, with some 9 million coming from private investments and the rest coming from the public sector. I would highlight in the remaining seconds that this all stems from interinstitutional concerted work. The minister, Mr. Frontera, and Minister Lindes Cruz have led efforts to coordinate these endeavors so that we can ensure the agri-industrial center in the northern part of the country can become a reality, so as to meet local production needs, but also contribute to the Enriquillo border region being able to take off and truly make the most of its potential. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to give the floor to the minister, if possible, so that he can complement my intervention. Thank you. We have the border manager of the Dominican Republic, and we would be remiss if we did not give the floor to the Minister of Development of the Dominican Republic, Pavel Ernesto Isa Contreras, Minister of Economy, Planning and Development. I see also that we have the FAO Dominican Republic representative. Thank you very much, Pavel, for joining us, even if it's just for some brief greetings so that you can give us your individual point of view. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for me to be able to greet the other ministers in the meeting, FAO. I listened to almost the entire segment. The Minister of Economy, Planning and Development, along with the Ministry of Agriculture, is truly committed to this endeavor. The Enriquillo Northern region and the initiative in this region will mean that we can scale this up to the regional level so that we can also involve small-scale stakeholders as well as the private sector, therefore linking all these efforts in with the national and tourist markets, which will be taking off shortly. It is a regional integrated development strategy with 4 pillars, 4 structural projects. In Caen, the smallholders from the province, Coiba and Barahona, will also play a key role. We want to overcome the problems faced in the past in the tourist industry through more robust value chains. And we want to ensure that agricultural development leaves no one behind and truly involves smallholders. This is why we need to raise the bar for smallholder farmers so that they can turn into true participants in an enhanced value chain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Pavel Ernesto. Thank you very much to all the panelists. We have a great deal of food for thought. We could debate this at length. If we look at the concrete results, in 2019, we began the initiative, and many of the countries that are sitting here launched the initiative with passion and commitment, and we are now beginning to reap the benefits of the interventions made at the country and regional levels. I, of course, want to take advantage of the fact that our chief economist is here and invite him to make some closing remarks. Maximo, please go ahead. Thank you very much. I believe that 4 years and a few months ago, when the Hand in Hand initiative began, I sat with the Director General and spoke about how we could kickstart the initiative. And it's impressive to look at how far we've come. A great deal still needs to be done. We need to keep moving forward. We need to fine-tune our methodologies, drawing on everything you've shared with us, learning from your experiences in such wonderful projects such as the Dry Corridor one. Having worked in this domain, I can truly say there's so much we can do. Let's keep working together. Thank you very much, Maximo. We all feel the same way. Let's keep working hand in hand to build a world where agri-food systems are truly more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, leaving no one behind. Chairperson, I will hand it over to you. Thank you very much for giving us the time to hold this event.
Thank you very much, and let me thank the moderator, Dr. Maximo, and all the panelists for making those very much important interjection and submission. Once again, thank you very much, and I now invite you, you could return to your seat. I will ask the Secretary to make some announcement before we break for lunch. Secretary.
Thank you. Invitations for those who have not received them, please come up here and we will give them to you so that you could all come to the reception this evening at 6 p.m. at the bandstand seawall at the invitation of the President and his First Lady. Also, for those who have not had their media interviews yet, who are heads of delegation from the different governments, please do so. They don't want to miss the voices of all of the countries in this region. And finally, since we are ending early, do go to that immersive room. I know I've said it many times, but I also know that many of you have not had a chance. It really is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we break for lunch, and we return at 1:45 p.m. here. Thank you.
Photographer, can you help us with the panel?
The Caribbean Ministers of Agriculture will have a meeting with ADG.
38 FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that aligned with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero. Tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
المياه بالنسبة لي
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera, acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto, Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones. Es una concreción ya de la Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilia kay kisna yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah la kalupya sa ki pawisa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilia kay kisna
mayrin na ni sutni na yang upa lilias na an yang tingki wisna sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay ki bangwan sa kabu sal karay baikan batailia ra sal ka baplapis sa bamna warta ki atta bitaw kay.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes, Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle el sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida. Y más aún, que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Saint Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamcepás y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades, y sobre todo adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambios.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación sur-sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. the region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó. Y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 Agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau pour moi.
我是拿影，来自中国。
المياه بالنسبة لي.
El agua para mí.
Вода для меня это.
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need
to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always, always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kai kan kira lilia kai kisna yang kasak yam ni kai kisna mairin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah la kalupia sa ki pawisa wa imaya na era bara yang kasak lilia kai kisna
mairin na ni sutni na ra yang upa lilias na an yang tinki wisna sakuna mala dau kai ka kumsin ai ki bangwan sa kabu sal karai baikan batailia ra sal ka baplapisa bamna warta ki atta bitau kai.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, a llevarle el sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida. Y más aún, que las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. in Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Saint Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamsepaz y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambios.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación Sur-Sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 Agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau pour moi
我是马颖，来自中国。
المياه بالنسبة لي El agua para mí
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always, always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vistahermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vistahermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030.
Thank you very much. Hope you all have a very good lunch. And that is only the beginning for tonight, right? So let me welcome back again DG's here, recognize DG's present with us. And we'll ask Bahamas. Bahamas wants the floor to make a statement. Bahamas, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chair, Madam Secretary, and distinguished delegates. As we come to a winding down of the day and discuss foresight drivers and triggers relevant for LAC, the Bahamas would like to take an opportunity to speak for one final time. And, you know, the islands of the Bahamas is confronted with dangerous hazards from hurricanes that are exacerbated by a changing climate. Sea level rise and climate-driven storms have the power to destroy any major attempts of agri-food expansion, not only in Latin America, but also in Caribbean countries, especially to low-lying countries like the Bahamas. These consequences have led to the salinization of vegetation and soils, which destroy crops and pine forests and delay the planting season. They have also negatively impacted freshwater resources. In 2004, Hurricane Francis and Jane, in addition to destroying properties valued at over 200 million US dollars, severely compromised the freshwater reserves in the island, with the largest freshwater reserve, Andros Island, as well as in Grand Bahama. More recently, Secretary General Antonio Guterres visited the Bahamas in 2019, where Hurricane Dorian exacted an even greater toll on all water, forest, soil, and biodiversity. The aquifers were inundated with salt water from the storm surges associated with these hurricanes, making it impractical to use salinized groundwater on agricultural crop. With 80% of the Bahama Islands being within 1 meter of mean sea level, it is clear that one major climate-induced storm can wipe out almost all major agriculture field initiatives. And that is why the Bahamas is pursuing climate adaptation strategies to not only achieve transformational agri-food systems, but to ensure that these systems are sustainable. The Bahamas is currently developing its first ANAP, Agriculture National Adaptation Plan to Changing Climate, and other initiatives to accelerate agri-food systems transformation in the region. The Bahamas seeks to use these results and knowledge of this adaptation plan to inform fellow member states so that they too can take advantage of its discoveries and work. And the Bahamas will also use the Hand-in-Hand initiative to support the implementation of this nationally led agriculture NAP, National Adaptation Plan. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Next, we'll begin with item 29, the high-level special event, Foresight, drivers and triggers relevant for Latin America and the Caribbean. This topic is supported by document log/24 INF/15 and will be moderated by lead facilitator, Mr. Aram Williamson. Mr. Moderator, I now invite you to come forward and take the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. To open this session, I would like to invite Mr. Director General, Dr. Chu, to give us some opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I feel this room is empty or it's cold. You have too much oil here and gas. Welcome to this high-level special event on Foresight, drivers and triggers, a timely event as we come to terms with staggering number of 735 million people currently suffering from hunger globally. What is even more staggering is that there is 150 million more than in 2015 when we started our path towards the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And we only have 6 years left to fulfill the commitment we set out to achieve. The state of the food security and nutrition in the world, SOFIA, in 2023 projected that 600 million people will be still suffering from hunger in 2030. We needed to take urgent action. Globally, we have to be facing multiple and simultaneously crises, starting with the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by the protracted conflict and the wars, economic slowdown, and extremely weather conditions due to the impact of the climate crisis. Crisis has become our normality. It's not new. Our urgent need to transform a global agri-food system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable cannot be realized if we don't effectively anticipate the crisis, shocks, and the crisis. and preparing to address them efficiently. We must be proactive and not reactive. As a professional and specialized agency, FAO does not only analyze the current drivers of hunger, malnutrition, and poverty, but with the strategic foresight exercises, we identify the emerging trend and bring to the discussion different scenarios that could shape our future. We are living in a world of the uncertainty and a world that is extremely interconnected. A crisis is one of the part of the world affect many people on another side. We are living on one small planet. Transforming agrifood system to achieve the world without hunger, malnutrition, and poverty requires a holistic, long-term perspective. To govern is to foresee. Foresight exercises allow us to support the policymakers to adopt the long-term approach to programs and identify potential challenges while encouraging anticipated action to build resilience and to ensure sustainability of agrifood systems. It allows us to anticipate the potential risk, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities, anticipate and reinforce our adaptive capacity. Diversifying our risk management and better understand the shocks to be better prepared and respond better, dear colleagues. For all this reason, I cannot stress enough the importance of strategic foresight exercises as an essential tool for all of us. Okay. It's okay? Okay. For all this reason, we cannot stress enough the importance of strategic foresight exercises as an essential tool for all of us. Strategic foresight exercises would help us to better understand the possibility of different future scenarios. Investigating in depth possible future outcomes empower us to build the future we want. Essentially, it helps us make better policy choices now to shift a better future. Our work at FAO on analyzing future trends, challenges, and scenarios has been intensifying in the last few years. The FAO Strategy Framework 2022-31, as well as our midterm plan, all relevant programs, initiatives, and strategic benefit from strategic foresight work. Concerted efforts are undertaken by FAO globally to collect reliable data, information, and intelligence through corporate strategic foresight exercises at the global and the regional levels. FAO is committed to further strengthen the strategic simulation exercises to support all the members to achieve the four betters: better production, a better environment, better life, and leaving no one behind. I thank you. I wish you have a good discussion. It's a new topic with a new innovative input from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director General. I'd now like to invite Mr. Maximo Torrero, Chief Economist of FAO, for some introductory remarks to the exercise.
Thank you very much, Director General. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here to present what we have heard from the Director General, which is a high-level special event, which is purposely made and meant to be a little different than the usual events. So you will be working very hard in the next hour. This session will focus on strategic foresight, which means looking at the future, which is central for us, and all the possible futures. And that's where we need to work together to identify what is the end point and how the end point will look. And this will bring a strategic view, aim at bringing deep changes to move agri-food systems toward long-term sustainability and resilience. We base this special event on the latest strategic foresight work in the region, that is the ongoing regional foresight exercise that was done by FAO and began in September 2023. Indeed, the FAO Regional Office of Latin America and the Caribbean is engaged in analyzing key driving forces of agri-food systems, identifying realities and events that may signal possible future developments, and discuss how to activate key triggers for the transformation of the agri-food systems. All this regional work that builds upon the global strategic foresight work portrayed in the FAO publication, The Future of Food and Agriculture, Drivers and Triggers for Transformation, our FAO DTT document, is meant to frame further strategic work at country level for better strategies and policies for our four betters and our accelerators that we have in our strategic framework. The post-2008 crisis, the COVID-19, and all the different conflicts and shocks that we have been facing and what we face in the future will bring significant volatility and extreme risks and uncertainties to the way we operate. And that is very important to understand and to be able to work on this exercise, to be able to minimize those potential risks and uncertainties. And in fact, the commodity dependence and high levels of inequality have made this region quite vulnerable to commodity booms and bad cycles, despite the region is an excess exporter to the world of food. So the current path is not of sustainability and resilience, as pointed out on several occasions by the United Nations Secretary General, while commenting on the missing achievements of many of the Sustainable Development Goals. To move away from unsustainability, production, and consumption practices, FAO has identified 4 key triggers for the transformation of the agri-food systems. And these are improved governance at all levels, and we're working very intensively in how we can create also a governance transformation that will help us to assure these transformation pathways, increase consumer and citizen awareness, better income and wealth distribution, and innovative and technology approaches, all of which will play within our 4 betters that are in our strategic framework. These triggers must be activated by suitable strategies and policies. However, transformative actions are not free of charge, and in some instances has hard choices that needs to be made. As all of you know, we have launched the road to SDG 2 and 1.5 degrees. And again, what we are trying to do here is trying to understand that our goal is to achieve SDG 2 and to provide the right to food today. But we also need to do it for tomorrow. And that's why it's so important that we plan carefully and design policies carefully so that we are able to bring and attract climate investment to activities we do. So I hope this exercise that will be directed by Mr. Belou will help you enormously to accelerate this process, which for us is central, and for you is central, because what we want, as we mentioned several times, is good food for all for today and tomorrow. So it will be of essence to plan carefully and to understand how these foresight exercises will be done. And FAO has now implemented foresight offices in all our regions as part of the transformation of our regional operations. And they are interlinked with the headquarters foresight operation. And that's why it's so important to capture information from all of you to be able to accelerate this and to have the best possible scenario building so that we are prepared in this world of risks and uncertainties that we're going to keep living and which will keep accelerating. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. To set the stage for this exercise, we would like to show a brief video now to give us some context. you can see we're trying to build a bit of anticipation for you for this next exercise. We can see that there's a wide range of conditions we're all aware of that are shaping our decisions now. But the gulf between the reality we inhabit now and the future that we want is exactly the domain that we want to explore today. The simulation that we have designed has been the result of an enormous amount of work by the FAO Foresight team. And now to give a bit of context on the content that informs and structures this simulation, I would like to invite Mr. Lorenzo Bellu, the senior economist at FAO, and also the leading Foresight and global perspectives. Lorenzo, please.
So thanks a lot, the facilitator, for giving me the floor. Thanks to the Director General for the introduction and to the Chief Economist for the remarks that they put forward to introduce this working session. This is a working session in actual facts, you know, it's not just a session. So we will work together on that. And so this is all about the future, looking forward, looking into the future, and trying to prepare for the future, but also trying to prepare the future. In actual facts, you know, what is the best way to predict the future? The best way to predict the future is to build it the way we like, the way we want. So sometimes we struggle, we try to understand how the future is going to be, how things are going to go. And, well, many things are in our hands still. Until now, they are in our hands. And in order to build the future that we want, we need to understand what drives the future. And in particular, what drives the future of agri-food systems. So understanding the driving forces of agri-food systems is fundamental if we want to shape the future of agri-food systems. And then, of course, the driving forces need to be driven themselves if you want to shape the future that we want. At FAO, as the Chief Economist and the Director General have already said, we are working hard in looking into the future with a strategic view. The strategic view means shaping up our actions in order to shape up the future. And most of this work has been condensed in this report, the drivers and triggers for transformation, and this is informing very much the work that we are doing at the regional level, including in Latin America and the Caribbean, because every region has some specificities that we have to take into account if we want to build the future of agri-food systems in this very region. And in doing this type of work, we realize that the future, in actual facts, is not only one, at least now. There are futures that we face or that we want to investigate if we want then to choose the one that we like most. And allow me to quickly point your attention to 4 paradigmatic futures that we have outlined at FAO. One is more of the same. More of the same means, well, let's keep doing more or less what we are doing, maybe a bit more, just to adjust something without any transformative ambition. Well, this more of the same is not going to be exciting. It's not going to build an exciting future for all. We can adjust a bit the future. Again, this is a second scenario, second paradigmatic scenario, adjusting future where we just work on some indicators. You know that Agenda 2030 is behind the corner, and we need some quick fixes for some well-being indicators that are very much under the lens of the press, of the media, and everybody is going to check. Okay, we adjust the future, we may get something better in the short, medium run, but we are not transforming. And unfortunately, there is also the possibility that we don't transform at all, and we end up in a sort of race to the bottom. This is one scenario that we cannot rule out if we want to look into the future in a serious way. And there is also a fourth scenario, which is trading off for sustainability. And this is probably the most transformative, but you see there is the word trading off. Trade-off means giving up something in order to get something else. And sustainability may not come for free. Resilience may not come for free. We need to give up something. What do we want to give up? We need to invest. You see, the concept of investment, by definition, is giving up something today in order to get something better tomorrow. We need to invest a lot if we want to transform our agri-food systems. And so that's why FAO has identified the 4 triggers of transformation that the chief economist has already mentioned, governance, consumer and citizen awareness, income and wealth distribution, and innovative technologies in the practice. And what are these triggers for transformation? They are nothing but domains which are high transformative power in which we want to invest. And then you can see from these matrix, I don't want to bother you with commenting the whole matrix, but essentially, you see that the way we activate or deactivate the different triggers may shape up one future or the other. So we can go from the race to the bottom to a transformative scenario where we get sustainability simply activating or deactivating these triggers for transformation. And these triggers for transformation, in actual facts, together with specific policies and strategies, may end up in achieving the 4 betters, or not achieving the 4 betters at all, or even achieving so-called 4 worses, okay? Which is something that we don't like. And this is just a graphical representation of the 4 scenarios in the framework of the 4 betters. And you can see there is a vertical line, a dotted line, a dashed line there. And what is that? It's policies and strategies. In actual facts, policies and strategies are the tools that we have in our hands to navigate through the future in different futures. And the way we shape up our policies and strategies are going to determine our future. So again, future is something that we want to predict, but the best way of predicting the future is shaping up it the way we like. We will not be able to do everything because we have uncertainties, we have limited knowledge, we have all in all limited instruments, but let's do our best to play the cards that we have in order to shape up a better future. Let's be wise to shape up policies and strategies in such a way that we transform agri-food systems to achieve the 4 betters and to leave anybody behind. So, I may say that I talk too much. I don't want to take more time to what you are going to do, you are going to be asked to do in the follow-up of this session. So I give back the floor without any further ado to the moderator for that. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ballou. As he mentioned, for the rest of this session, this is going to be a working session. And I appreciated how you put it, that the policies and strategies are the tools that we have to shape the future. But there's a lot of space for which policies we might use to shape which future. And that's what we're going to be doing over the course of this session. The way that we are going to do this is that using much of the work and analysis that the FAO Foresight team has done, we have built this simulation that will help us to identify plausible futures for the region through the implementation of certain policies. For this exercise, we have taken the features and attributes of different countries to make 4 new countries. Those countries are Expolania. I haven't been there yet, so I'm still getting used to the name. So Expolania, which is a big agribusiness export-dependent country. We also have Cobrazina, which is oil and mineral export-dependent. There's also Lowlandia, a lower-income country, and Carisla, a small island developing state. So these will be the 4 countries we will be exploring through this exercise. Your roles in this exercise will to act as special advisors within 4 ministries in these countries. And as special advisors, you will need to advise which policies will create the future that is most favorable for these countries. Specifically, this is your goal. I won't read it for you. You can read faster than I can speak. But this is our kind of holistic goal that incorporates the 4 betters for the countries you will be representing. We'll have time to dive more into that goal, and I'll give more instructions as we go. So I'll now explain how this exercise is going to work. First, we'll be going into breakout groups. We're going to have 4 facilitators, 1 for each of the breakout groups, and I'd like to invite the facilitators to come down now. We have Tanya, Marcello, Jeff, and Onika. And we'll be all coming into the middle here. This session you'll be able to do it in either English or in Spanish. And so the first, your first task is we would like to have you all come into the middle. If your preferred working language for this session is in Spanish, we would like you to come over to this side of the room. If your preferred working language is English, we'd like you to come to this side of the room. And for this session, we'd like to come into the center. We'd only like the country delegates to come in for this session. So please come out of your seats, coming into the center. English preferred on this side, Spanish preferred on this side. Excellent. Come on in, find a group. So we have more space here for English speakers in this group.
English is this way, right?
Yes, English here.
It sounds like. No.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah. For those that are online, you will now be going into your breakouts in the Zoom meeting, and you will have facilitators in the breakouts with you who will explain the next stage of the exercise. For those of you in the room, we have more space here. And for those that have already found a group, we would invite you, the facilitators are now going to assign a ministry to you. So you will be each assigned to which ministry you will be a special advisor to.
Hola, buenas tardes. Para las personas que nos acompañan en el Zoom, vamos a iniciar con la división de grupos. Las personas que quieran.
If you are with us virtually, if you would like to be in the Spanish-speaking group, raise your hand on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, so facilitators, be sure that you have assigned all of your participants to a ministry. And once you've done that, you can familiarize yourself with your country.
Repito a las personas que quieren ingresar al grupo de español.
I would repeat, those who want to be in the Spanish group, the virtual Spanish group, please raise your hand on Zoom. Thank you.
Pablo. Último llamado para las personas que deseen entrar al grupo en español para que levanten su mano, por favor. Para las personas que están. Para las personas que están en el Zoom, por favor, los que han levantado la mano y quieren ingresar a la sala de español, les va a llegar una invitación que por favor deben aceptar para ser dirigidos al grupo. Gracias. Muy bien, ya estamos cerrando el grupo en español. Ahora, por favor, le voy a pedir a las personas que deseen entrar al grupo de inglés que levanten su mano en Zoom. Please, the person who wants to go to the English room, raise your hand in Zoom and accept the invitation for get to the breakout room, please. Thank you.
Lorenzo, usted me dijo que iba para el grupo de español. ¿Es el room 1 o para el de inglés?
Lorenzo is English.
Once more, please, the ones who want to be in the English room, please raise your hand in Zoom. Thank you, Lorenzo. Anyone else?
Once you are all experts on your ministries, congratulations. Your facilitators will be giving you the much promised set of policies that you have at your disposal. So now as a ministry, review also the policies that you can use to achieve the goal that we still have on the screen. This is in the short, medium, and long term. And start to get an idea of which policies you would like to choose that you think would move you towards those goals.
Please, again, the ones who are in the main room in Zoom, in the ones who want to be in the English room, please raise your hand in Zoom. English room now, please raise your hand.
You've had a chance to look at your policies. Now it's time to make some decisions and set a direction. So welcome to your first cabinet meeting. Your task over the next 10 minutes is to decide as a group which policies from across all 4 ministries you would like to use in order to achieve your short, medium, and long-term goals. Be aware that each country has a budget and each policy has a price. So agree as a team which policies you would like to use across ministries that can fit within your budget. If you don't use all of your budget, you can carry it over into the next fiscal year, but you cannot go over budget. All right, you have 10 minutes to choose your policies. We have just a few minutes left, so make your decisions, balance your budgets. Time is almost up. Time is almost up. You have 30 seconds left to make your policy submissions to cabinet. 30 seconds. This is your last chance to make your budget submission for this fiscal year. Any money left over will carry on into your next fiscal. All right, that budget cycle is over. We're now moving on to your next year. Any money left over carries forward. However, I have bad news for you in your new fiscal year. Something terrible has happened. In Lalandia, regional conflict has broken out. For the other groups, you will choose what has happened, but all of you have 30 monetary units less to spend in this fiscal year. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. You have 2 minutes left. Okay, all cabinet submissions for year 2 are in. I'd like to have you all give yourselves a round of applause. And please return to your seats, and we are going to talk about how it went and see your results.
I hope these are not your real policy preferences. And you have to call out there.
Please take your seats. As you can see, the simulations can be quite realistic. I would like to take a moment. We are going to see the live results in just a few moments. But first, I would like to hear from members of the different cabinets about how things went. I would like to call, I don't know if there's anyone from Lowlandia who would like to share, but there was very quick decision-making in Lowlandia, despite very scarce resources. Can anyone share how you made your decisions in Lowlandia?
Please use your
Please,
microphone.
yeah, please speak
Use
into the
your
microphone.
microphones, please, so we can hear.
Please.
Okay. In Rwanda, much like Wakanda. Wakanda forever. Though we had very small resources, in the first year we managed to have a budget that was 80, which matched what we were given. And we looked at trying to improve what was happening in the sector. With the debacle, whatever happened with the fight that was going on, and we were reduced in terms of the amount of monies we were allocated, I told my cabinet colleagues that in respect of what occurred during COVID, our Prime Minister actually raised taxes on those persons who benefited during the wars and whatever. So the guys who actually made bombs or whatever, you raise the taxes on them because they benefited. So that's what we did in the second year. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm sure everyone is curious about Karisla and their very animated cabinet. But as we said, coming into this exercise, all of these decisions are about trade-offs. And I am very curious, what were the trade-offs? What was the debate happening in Karisla? Who would like to share?
Yeah, we had a number of debates. Clearly, we had significant amount of policy options, and as is regular, the budget is never able to do everything. So a lot of the trade-off, we decided early on healthcare, right? But a lot of the trade-off was in relation to whether you go with strengthening your institutions or you allow the private sector to lead. And the debate that you saw play out in the second round was again around that. You know, one cabinet member had a view in relation to moving to allow the private sector to take charge. Another cabinet member was afraid that if you do that, then the people are going to suffer, right? So we had a very animated discussion around that. And while they were discussing, we decided to go in a different direction. So we decided to focus a lot more. We had a challenge, we had a AI issue. So our first response was to respond to the challenge. So we agreed upon that. But then in the end, we decided to do something that would strengthen our agri-food system. And that's what we came down upon. So very passionate cabinet.
Thank you. You cannot deny the passion. I also noticed Explania. So Explania had the largest budget. How did the discussions go, and what were the tactics you made use of to make your decisions on how to proceed in Explania? Who can speak for Explania? So Expolania, you had the largest budget. You had the largest budget. And we're curious, how did you make your decisions about which policies to go forward? So please use your microphone, for translation.
This thing is not okay. Now, can you listen to me? I'm going to stand because I feel I'm going inside the ground. So what we did, we have four groups. And each one of us, each group discussed about from the 5 choices, which will do better or what is going to be more related to our real situations back home, right? So we took from those 5, took 2. It didn't matter how much it was. It may be 30, maybe 10, 50. But we look for the ones that were more into our objectives and what we are working towards in the governments. And later, what we did is that we put all together the discussion and we put our choices. And then we said, okay, from these choices, we're going to discuss as one whole, as a country, what will be the best for all our convenience. And that's how we made it with 3. We thought that even though we're a little bit expensive, we're the best choices that we could have, and we could develop those choices in our countries. The other ones, like, for instance, water privatization, don't even talk about it. That's a bad word. No. So we discussed it and we agreed that we have almost the same situations going on, and that's what we want to do. So, and then we left 2 with the other budget for next year that was almost following the other ones that we choose for the budget.
Thank you. So Cobrezina, also very efficient, good governance, finished early. How did you make your decisions in Cobrezina?
Bueno, en verdad.
The truth is, it wasn't that difficult because most of my colleagues have already experienced these kinds of problems, the ones that Cobrezina was facing. So we have a lot of informality in our economy. We're a low income economy. And so it made me think of Peru some years ago. How do we have flagship products to export? And we had an agricultural promotion law approved some years ago in Peru for various products, and that allowed Peru to get ahead. And it's quite similar to the situation in this country, Cobrezina. And how can we have legislation and regulatory frameworks to bring together smallholder farmers and private sectors? And we no longer have this agricultural promotion law, but it is still important of what it did in the past. And we also have other legislation for the transparency of pricing of commodities, so that we have the farm to fork. We want information to get to our consumer. We don't want intermediaries, because when they're intermediaries, the consumer loses out and the farmer loses out. With respect to the budget, we all agreed, but then climate change hit us. And we said we have water policies, incentive policies, information policies the first year. Now, the second year, we need more money, and we asked for more money to be able to operate. But it's important to keep in mind resilience as an objective for agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, I'd like to ask And my colleague will go through in just a moment in terms of how these decisions play out over time. I am curious from any of the groups, was there any specific way that you thought about time or how these policies might build on each other? Did that come up in your cabinet meetings?
Excuse me. Your reference to time, it has to do with the policy itself, because we were more focused on when is the next election cycle.
Yeah, just no, you get it done. The time of the effects of the policies. Did one need to come before another, or elections was the answer? Elections, please.
Actually, we did a little bit of that because we made some references to going with the health and one first, and then in the second, we said we're going to deal with the other tax cuts the following year when we've established some firm foundations. So yeah, there was some conversation concerning prioritization of actions. Yeah, so we didn't want to slit our throats by causing more pain to the poor people. So we sort of included them in health programs and so on, which is critical. And later on, when everybody's happy and smiling, then you go to the other ones that are more difficult to consume.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have sort of a conversation about it.
Wonderful. So yeah, making sure that people are taken care of first. Excellent. As you can see, we now have something up on the screen. We have a graph that my colleague, Mr. Bellu, is going to describe what's happening here.
Yeah, okay, thanks a lot. Oh, dear participants, thanks a lot. It was really interesting. And what you can see now on the graph, I mean, the lines are not so visible, but I'm trying just to explain. Expolania apparently did a great job. It took quite a while, to agree on the policy measures, but eventually, you see the violet line. This is a summary indicator of the four betters altogether. So forgive me if this is a bit a simplification of the reality, but just to condense different dimensions in one indicator, you see that you almost mimic the dashed line, which is the maximum that you can get with your budget in terms of scores, of the four betters. Which is great. I mean, by the way, you had the largest budget to spend, so in a sense that you had something to invest for the future, for sure. And at the same time, there are other lines that should come, but we have problems with the updating online. I may say that you have not seen, but behind the scene, there was another group working remotely, of colleagues connected remotely, and working on Cobresina online, and their line mimics more or less the same performances as Expolania. Now, what we can see is that the other countries, particularly, unfortunately, both Carisla and Lollandia didn't get huge performances in terms of long-term, I would say, long-term achievements. Some better performances in terms of short-term achievements, yes, but then these impacts fade in the long run. And this highlights the fact that there are indeed trade-offs. You may invest to get short-term results. You may get them, but you're not ensuring to maintain these results in the long run. And these lines are, you don't see them on the graph. You will see whenever we will distribute the material, because we have problems with the connections to update the graph. But essentially, what there is behind the way the scores that you see there and the scores that you generate is a sort of matrix that for each policy attaches values to different objectives, So now, and this simulates more or less whatever policy simulation that you run into the reality. Behind this matrix, there is an expert judgment. FAO experts gathered and to prepare the matrix of scores. Of course, if you change the set of experts, you may end up with slightly different results. Not so different, as long as these experts belong to people that believe in the four betters, if you want. They want to achieve the four betters. But there is some degrees of subjectivity. Some degrees of subjectivity can be taken out if you want, as long as you increase your capacities to deal with different stakeholders and to get on board the opinions and the views of different stakeholders. So now I see that the graph has updated, and you see the other lines, the lines of the other countries, including Laurlandia, which is the blue line, the steady line, and you see also Cobresina, which is the green line. Cobresina, not people connected. This is Cobresina 1. They did much better indeed. So you see, working on the same country in the same conditions, people may choose different sets of policies, and in actual fact, you may end up with different results in the short and the medium run. So I guess that you may have, if you have any comments at this point, please let me know. Yeah, St. Lucia.
Yeah, I'm going to speak right away. Yeah. I'm concerned about how the determination was arrived at that Carisla performed less, was a lower performer, because we thought about health as long-term cross-cutting. That's why the investment was made, because a healthy population is going to help to get everything else. So I'm trying to figure out how it was determined that when a budgetary allocation is made towards that direction, along with the other area that we prioritize, how is it determined that you're a low performer?
So you're looking at the orange line, right? Carisla. Yeah. Well, you see the dashed line, the light green line in the screen. This is what a low-budget country could have achieved if they played different policies. So Carisla is a relatively low-budget country, but the way you played your cards, probably, you were anxious to put in place more and more cheap policies. So that's the result. So probably you selected a lot of policies with low cost, and this probably with a better consultation, you could have achieved more, so because then every ministry wants to plug in their own policy measures, they fight, and then eventually they end up spending little for every single policy, but they don't spend enough to get cumulative impacts, So this is a bit a sense of, but of course, then we share all the material with you, so you can play again and you can try again. And as I said, behind these results, there is a matrix of scores. You may agree or you may not agree with the scores that you have in the matrix, because as I said, there is a sort of subjective judgment. May I say that essentially the policies that try to implement, or the triggers and the accelerators that FAO highlighted, they got better scores than others, so which means building human capital, exploiting data in a smart way, increasing governance and improving governance in different domains. So these are the policies that pay off more maybe not very much in the short run, more in the long run, but this is in a sense the way scores have been attributed. You will be given the material, including the matrix, so you can change the matrix if you want, in such a way that you can see to what extent the subjectivity embedded into the matrix matches or doesn't match with your own subjectivity. Now, if you allow me to give some, I don't have any additional, okay, there is a comment there.
Just
Yes.
briefly, one more comment on it, because it's still
Yeah, Mike.
surprising for
Yeah.
me because we actually prioritize just along the same lines because we had limited budget. So we took three large value in the first round. Second round, 2 large value policies. So it's pretty much in line with what you're saying for high performance economies. But still, this is showing that
See, there is another option that I got wrong in registering your policies. And so this is also, so then we can check, we can double check, so it's human beings errors. It's always possible, but then we can check all together. Yes, definitely. So and see, Jamaica.
Yeah, I found the activity very useful, and I'm not surprised, quite frankly, in relation to the outcomes. And what it says to me is that budget is a big issue, and I hope the FAO takes note of this. I'm serious. I'm very serious. Because if you had the capacity, it's not that you think about the things differently, but you're constrained by your budget, right? And I think oftentimes when we look for interventions, we don't look at the budgetary side, right? Because if we had the big budget, we would put in bigger programs that would have more long-term effects. But when you're constrained with a smaller budget, then oftentimes your decision-making has to look at, sometimes the short term. So I'm saying I hope that in carrying us through this exercise and in looking at the metrics, the FAO appreciates how much more difficult it is for small, low-budget countries.
No, thanks. I mean, you mentioned an extremely very important aspect of all the policy processes, So in every policy process, you have external influences that may come in forms of conditionalities, may come in terms of budgetary constraints, may come in terms of political economy dynamics, and overcoming and dealing with all these external forces that influence decision-making processes is not an easy task, So,
excuse me.
Yes.
This way. Hello, Brazil, this side. Yes,
yes, sorry.
Great.
Yeah.
It was an interesting exercise. I have my doubts if all our ministers were here, what our electors and taxpayers would say of the ministers playing games during a conference on public money. Having said that, I was wondering, we know the results from us, public servants. Have you made this exercise inside FAO too?
Yes, we do.
Can you share the results with us?
The results are, in actual fact, the results
I didn't understand. Speak slowly, please. I don't understand what you said.
No, the results are embedded into the matrix of scores, so that's.
But we can see that. We cannot see them though.
So. No, you will see. We will share. We
Okay,
will share,
thank you.
definitely, yes, we will share, for sure.
Okay, por
yes.
favor.
Yes.
No, estos ejercicios nos ayudan bastante.
These exercises are very useful. We are officials in our countries, and it allows us to see how, when we participate in the budget and when we have to defend our budget as an official of a specific ministry, well, what are the priorities? And next year they're going to try to get money back from you. I have worked in the public sector for a long time. I've worked at the Ministry of Finance, and I'm always thinking next year I'm going to have less money. So in the group I was in, when we talked about the budget for climate change, that's fine, because last year we had been looking at sustainable policies. I appreciate the FAO and the World Bank. They help us have sustainable policies that go from one administration to another. If you have a commitment or support from the World Bank and the FAO, you can sustain those policies. So at least in my country, we try to have policies that are sustainable over time, thanks to international cooperation. Governments change, they change their policies, and they don't always choose the same policies.
Nothing to add in the sense that you are saying interesting things, So sometimes when the government changes, all the policy set changes. in a sense, the new government must have some room of implementing new policies, but at the same time, it is true that if the time frame is 3 years or 4 years maximum, it's difficult to imagine, for instance, policies that have an impact on the environment. Well, we know that these dynamics may take decades to materialize, biodiversity, climate change, even investment in infrastructure, may take time to materialize. And some sort of stability of the policy set is probably needed if you want to achieve real transformations. So allow me to conclude with few remarks, and if we can put the slides up. So essentially, from the point of view of people that work on future scenarios and long-term future as well, if we see that it is still possible, if you want, to achieve transformation of agri-food systems. Time is flying in the sense that we may not have so much time to adjust for climate change. I mean, all these 3 days, I heard you discussing about climate change and the way of addressing the issue. We can adapt, but we know that we can adapt up to a given point. In actual fact, then we have to mitigate, because our capacity of adapting is not without any limit. Eventually, we have to mitigate the climate change. At the same time, it may not be too late, but we need to engage in transformation. And let me conclude saying that FAO is ready to support, of course, the regions, but also the countries that want to engage in strategic foresight to improve decision-making processes. The chief economist has already mentioned that we have created poles within region with the idea to dig and to work more on strategic foresight in support to country-level processes, including common country assessments and strategies and policies which aim at transforming agri-food systems. And even if we see signals that are not so very encouraging in terms of extreme climate events, in terms of mass migrations that leave some parts of some countries towards others, and so on, I may say that this is my personal point of view. Pessimism is a luxury that we cannot afford, in a sense that we have a lot of things to do, and it may be a bit pointless to believe that things have to go as they are going without any ambition to transform. We cannot afford not transforming agri-food systems, and as far as I can speak on behalf of FAO, please push FAO to support you and support FAO to support countries and regions in transforming agri-food systems. Over. Thanks. And I give back the floor to the facilitator to conclude.
Thank you very much. I would like to say a very big thank you to all of the delegates who took part in this simulation. I think it's an important lesson that, while it can seem like play, being able to go through iterations and debates on how these policies interact is an important way of playing with that future, so we know how that we can achieve the one that we want, while also seeing what the possibilities are in front of us. So I thank you very much for participating in this, and I yield back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me thank the moderator and everyone who would have participated in that exercise. We have come to the end of today's agenda. I will ask the secretary to make some announcement, but before that, I will ask that after this session, Ministers of Agriculture from CARICOM, if you could stay back for a few minutes, we'll have a short meeting, and then we'll have some discussion. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. So first, as I said at the beginning of the senior officers meeting, and as the Assistant Director General stated at the beginning of this ministerial meeting, the draft conference report, which you so carefully and arduously negotiated through an extensive, inclusive, and transparent process last week, has been made available to you in English and will soon be available to you in Spanish and French through the conference app, and was sent by email as well to registered participants for your review. All delegations are kindly requested to review it with the view of supporting its endorsement in tomorrow morning's plenary session at 10:15. And should you have concerns or questions, you can kindly contact RLC Conferencia. It's showing on the Zoom. IT, can you switch out the screens that still show the PowerPoint below, please? So you can send it to rlc-conferencia@fao.org, which was the main address that you've been using throughout. Second, all participants are invited by the President and First Lady to the government's reception organized tonight at 20 hours. Oh, it's sorry, the 20th of March. Thank you. Late. Tonight, 20th of March at 6 p.m. at the Bandstand Seawall, which is also known as the Kingston Seawall Esplanade. So it's tonight at 6 p.m. This is walking distance from the Pegasus Hotel. And for guests at Princess Hotel, departure will be by bus at 5:15 p.m. The attire is business casual. The printed copies were distributed to you. I have extra ones here. If anyone does not have them, it would be good to arrive with your invitation and your pass just to facilitate entry. And all of you are invited to attend. Third, as on other days, the shuttles to take you back to your hotels will be leaving in 15 minutes after the close of the session from the front of the convention center. So please be prompt. And tomorrow morning's shuttles will be departing from the hotels at around 9:30. The shuttle schedule has been shared. And finally, for those departing tomorrow and require transport to the airport, this has been organized by your hotels in keeping with the information that you used when you registered. So if there are any changes, please update the registration that you used. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Secretary, and let me close this session. Thank you once again, and the CARICOM Minister of Agriculture will remain. Thank you very much.
See you at 10:15 tomorrow on the dot.